Yes, the closed session. Yeah, just the initial.
Oh, I forgot to.
We'll burn my pen.
All right, we'll call this meeting to order. Take roll call.
Commissioner Atwood,
Here.
Commissioner Brady,
Present.
Commissioner Glissman,
Here.
Commissioner McCarthy. Here. Commissioner Petrie, Mayor Haynes.
Here. Let's please stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, should we make a motion to excuse Ms. Petrie based on her notice?
Yes.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to excuse Ms. Petrie.
I move to excuse Commissioner Petrie from today's meeting.
I second.
All right, made by Commissioner Glissman, second by Commissioner McCarthy. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to move that for this meeting only, discussion of each agenda item remains subject to the 30-minute limit established by the rules and procedures of the city commission, and that each commissioner be recognized for no more than 2 speaking turns on each agenda item.
Is there support?
Support.
All right, motion made by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Glissman. Any discussion? Mr. Brady?
Can I hear what rule of ours limits commissioners to 2 speaking times.
Mr. Francis, I believe you prepared a statement on this on behalf of Commissioner Atwood. Would you like to comment?
Yes, Mayor, if you can give me one moment, I
Sure.
would like to pull that up. The city commission rules contemplate up to 2 times speaking. And that there's a reference in the rules that indicate that no commissioner should request or be acknowledged to speak twice, at least until everybody's had the opportunity to speak once. The commission rules are silent on the number of speaking times, except for the situation that I just described. But they do refer or defer to Robert's rules with respect to anything that isn't covered by the city commission rules. Robert's rules contemplate 2 times per session speaking, and if you give me one moment, I can give you that rule.
Thank you.
It would be Robert's Rule 43:12. Unless the assembly has a special rule providing otherwise, no member can speak more than twice to the same question on the same day.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, I have a follow-up to that.
Before we take your follow-up, is there any other comment or question? All right, seeing none, Mr. Brady?
Are you counting this as my second time?
Yes.
I asked for the rule. I have a question about literally the thing he's talking about. I don't think that this should count as my second time talking. We also haven't approved that yet or not, so I don't know. This is each item. So if we say, let's postpone something and that gets voted down, and then somebody says, let's vote on that now, are those 2 separate things? Because
Mr.
those are 2
Francis.
separate items.
Mr. Francis, would you like to field that question?
Was the question, Commissioner Brady, can you speak if there's an opportunity to speak on the postponement issue without having it count as an opportunity to speak on the item? I just want to make sure I understand the question.
The question is, if it's a separate motion, does my counter start over?
Well, yeah, I mean, my understanding of the motion is this will be limited to each motion. That may not have been how it was phrased. I think it was phrased item, but my understanding it would be as to each motion. That's the way I take the proposal.
I would say that it's been enforced as items and not as separate motions in the past.
Okay. How is it phrased, Mr. Francis?
I don't, thank you, Mayor. I can't recall how this has been enforced in the past.
Mhm.
I believe it was with respect, because the debate happens after the motion is made, right? My understanding is this would be on each issue. But I suppose the question is perhaps if there was a vote thumbs up on an issue that is rejected and now we're to vote thumbs down. Your rules, or pardon me, Robert's rules provide, unless the assembly has a special rule, no member can speak more than twice on the same question in a day. So the question up would be a question, the question down would be a question. So Robert's rules are question motion based.
Okay, and our rules are discussion and debate on agenda items with a time limit of 30 minutes per item. And it doesn't say up or down motion. But just to be clear, there's some distinction here, some nuance. Okay, but you've answered the question. Thank you. Unless you have more to say.
I was gonna say my answer was with respect to the number of debates, not the 30-minute.
Very good. All right, thank you. Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I do want to state that the reason this started was because there are a series of rules that in past meetings, people would use procedural motions and delay the meeting, or to prolong discussion, or to disrupt the meeting, or to challenge different discussions, or to engage with argument with the chair. So all of those things, and we're doing the bingo game right now. But all of those things are either dilatory motions or disorderly conduct. And so they're tactics to delay the meeting. So this was put in place by me. I'm kind of towing us in a little bit to say, let's get the meeting to go from beginning to end in a timely manner and look at everybody who's in the audience, all of our employees, et cetera, and go through it. Everybody has a chance to talk. Everybody has the equal opportunity. And so I understand it's frustrating if you feel that you have a whole lot of things to say and you don't want to be limited. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Any other discussion? Mr. Brady?
I mean, we've talked about this a little bit. When you brought this up before, you've been the one that's been trying to speak for the third time. It's very difficult. I would rather see us do something like a 5-minute timer. I'm very concise. I'm very to the point. Okay, I don't waste time. If I need to stand up in order to retain the floor, I will. But that's not our common practice. But exactly like the example that just happened here, where I asked a question, and then the floor was passed to the mayor, and then or passed to the attorney, and then taken from me. So I get one sentence. I'm being limited to one sentence. I can be more verbose if I need to. I can lay out my entire argument if I need to. But I just wanted to answer a simple question and then follow up on that simple question. Apparently, we have other plans. Yeah.
Very good. Any other discussion? Mr. Atwood?
I would say that this motion is different than the prior two. To where my question to Mr. Francis, the motion is different now that it only has the 2 points. The prior ones had the third, which would make it incorrect to pass that motion on a 2/3. It would have to be a 4-1 vote. So this one is different and it's changed, and Mr. Francis had answered my question. So this kind of lines up with more what Mr. Francis had told me without the third portion of that motion being in there, which was in the prior two. I guess my comment would be, if we're going to continue to add this motion to our agendas, maybe we should think about changing the rules and procedures, even though it's already in our rules and procedures. I think it just has to be, I guess, not to point to the chair, but the chair would just have to enforce these rules as it states in Robert's rules and our rules and procedures.
Very good. Any other discussion? Let's take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
In this case, we have a tie, and since I am the tiebreaker by charter, I will proceed with an aye, and the motion carries. All right, that brings us to public comments. This is the one and only public comments for this special meeting. So if you're thinking there will be a second comment, please know that there will not. At this time, we'll open up to the public for comment. You will each get 3 minutes. When you hear the timer, please refrain from speaking and return to your seat. Your turn is over. And if you could, please state your name and residency when you approach. And please raise your hand and I'll welcome you to the podium. Any public comments? In the back.
Kenneth Kopnick, Oregon Township. When I first came to these meetings, I got up and I made the statement that anybody that was so stuck on Robert's rules and could quote them like Mr. Hing does was going to do nothing but use them to achieve what he wanted and cut everybody else off at the knees. The last meeting, we were in and out of here and nothing flat because Mr. Hing wasn't here to argue Robert's rules. He's here today, and yet again, right off the bat, we start to argue about Robert's rules. All I've got to say is, remember, every one of you, you can be next in line to be put out the door, to be shut down, shut up, dismissed, and ignored according to Robert's rules. And we all know who's going to make the decision of what happens and when it happens and how it happens. I am old. You want me out of here. I see you for what you are, regardless of what you preach. I see what you've done. I see how you dismiss people at the podium. I see how you dismiss other people sitting with you. In my opinion, you should be ashamed. And remember, what happens to an ant when somebody comes at them with a magnifying glass? They scurry.
Any others? Follow me to the front.
Karen Pacheco, I live in Metamora, but I did live here for 10 years. So I just wanted to thank, as you're doing Mike Womack's evaluation today, I want to thank him for showing up to the fireworks cleanup this year. It makes a big difference when people actually come take part. I mean, Commissioner Atwood's gotten this for years. He's a master of picking up litter. But when you get there and you see the kind of stuff that's left behind, and we started strategizing for next year and how to distribute people and make sure things are properly done. Anyway, that's a big deal to show up early in the morning and be out in the heat, sweating in the sunshine with us. So, Mayor Hing, you missed the meeting when I talked about you doxing 3 people when you posted his evaluations on your personal campaign website, which was unethical. It was a big breach of confidentiality. It shows what extremely poor judgment you have, that you posted his evaluations, which could have been changed in some way. I got the official copies, not everyone did. But you have tainted this entire process from start to finish when you changed that evaluation, right before everyone had to fill them out. And then you went and you put them on your website for your use, for your gain. Completely inappropriate. And again, dox 3 people. I know now 3 people who made complaints to this city that I didn't know before you put them up there on your website. Your judgment is compromised. As you do this evaluation today, and no doubt you'll lead and some certain folks will follow you, you have shown remarkably poor judgment and your view of your job here. And First Amendment, you've stumped on people's First Amendment rights. We now have the Freedom from Religion Foundation has sent you 2 letters now. And guess what? There's another one coming from a different foundation. Because you have done such a poor job, and it's not just people in this region now, and in Michigan now. People thousands of miles away in other countries are now watching what happens here. And I don't think you get what a hostile and abusive work environment you have created for Mike Womack and other city employees here. I just don't think that you have the judgment. I think you're compromised. And I think you need to step away and you need to go get some help. And I've thought that since the first day I met you. And for you to put your parenting over Josh Atwood's parenting, saying it's an upside down world if your kids responded the same way his daughter did, was absolutely disgusting. Because the first day I met you, I said, this man is very, very controlling. I worry for his children and his wife. And a lot of people see you in these meetings and they respond the same way. I hope things are okay in his house. We know what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Right here.
Hi, Joe Jicky, city resident. So I kind of typed this up before I got here because nerves and being in front of everybody. But anyways, good evening, commissioners. I'm standing here today to talk about accountability. Mayor Hing filed a 33-page complaint with the state Michigan Attorney Grievance Commission. He requested an investigation into the city manager Mike Womack's private law license. He did this using the official email address for the city, checking the box identifying himself as the employer and supervisor, but the city commission as a whole is the manager's supervisor and or employer. On June 15th, the state completely closed the matter. The legal experts ruled that the facts did not consult or constitute professional misconduct. They stated that the billing documents were not privileged. The city manager does not act as the city's lawyer. Filing a complaint against his personal law license has no bearing on his job performance. It is an action that directly targets his livelihood. By submitting these billing documents to the state agency, the mayor shared the exact items that were claimed to be protected. This action was taken without knowledge or approval of this board. We have seen records that the mayor quoted scripture about being wise as serpents and harmless as doves, but it appears he only chose to listen to one side of that verse. He followed the instructions to be a serpent, but completely ignored the command to be harmless. We must remember that the dove does no harm. Attempting to take away a person's professional license does absolute harm. We deserve leadership that acts within legal boundaries and focuses on actual city business rather than unauthorized complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others?
I just wanted to speak briefly, and I hope everybody gives, Mr. Womack a good review because you would do a disservice to this community if you did not, because he has done so much to help, he has done such good work, and you would not be in favor of public opinion if you spoke against him. Thanks.
Thank you. Any others? Right here.
Hi, my name is Gigi Griffith. I'm a resident of the city. I first want to say I also agree with the last speaker. I have loved having Mr. Womack manage our city. He's done a great job. I volunteer for the DDA. He often pops in and has really interesting conversations about what's going on and the new ways he can help and work with our city and downtown development. And he's an amazing resource. That's it. Moving on to the business why I'm here today. Tragically, 2 men have recently been killed by ICE in our country. And I am trying to get together a vigil to honor them. Lorenzo, I'm going to try my best to say these names. My Mexican grandmother is rolling in her grave. Lorenzo Sodago Rejo and Johan Sebastian Gutierrez. Their lives were taken from them terribly shortly. One of them died in front of his children. It's horrific. It's something you don't think can happen in our country. And I want to offer a vigil service for our community to come together to mourn. It will be August 2nd at the historic courthouse at 7 p.m. Everyone in our community is welcome. It is a community event. It is for healing and love in our community and to strengthen community bonds. All are welcome. All are wanted. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any others? Right here.
My name is Rick Schwab. I'm the pastor of the Pierre Community Church. I'm a city resident. We, as a church, sent Jeremy to Ecuador, supported him through 2 ministries. First one was Extreme Response, which he was fired, and then Dunamis, which he was fired. And both times he had called and felt like he was being treated unjustly. And I had called Extreme Response to try and understand why he was fired from there. I did not call Dunamis. He has explained that there was inappropriate handling of funds in the second ministry for which he was trying to expose and then released. And we as a church spent money to try and bring him back home because his visa was not going to be valid. And as your pastor in the past, I know I'm not now, I would pray that you would not inflict the same injustice that was done to you or that you felt was done to you to somebody else. It's wrong. It's unkind. It's unchristian. I'm ashamed.
Thank you. Any others?
Good afternoon, Stephen Schwartz, Farmington Hills, Michigan. I'm here representing Mr. Womack. I'm only speaking now. I don't know what you're going to do today. I would prefer to have waited to see what happens and then talk to you about it later. But one of the things on your agenda today is to review a report by your Bodman firm. Neither I nor Mr. Womack has seen that report, so there's no way to respond to it, for him to get legal counsel to prepare. That's inconsistent with the values of our country that we just celebrated our 250th anniversary. Many times as a municipal lawyer, I represent cities and labor relations all around the state. The investigative part of that report, where just because a person's a lawyer, I find fact A, fact B, fact C, those are not attorney-client privilege. That's a public document that's foiable. When the attorney says, based on facts A, B, and C, my analysis is blah, 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 and my opinion is blah, 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 that part clearly is privilege, and we're not asking for that. But the factual part of the report, whatever it says, I have no idea. We'd like that released and given a copy to Mr. Womack. The other point I want to make is that the city has a viable enforceable contract with Mr. Womack. It's been amended 3 times, and each party has rights. It's an enforceable contract. I've represented many, many managers throughout my career in this position. I've represented many more municipalities in this position. There is a way to obtain a soft landing. You have the right to end his employment. If that's where you're going tonight, I don't know. If you do, then he's entitled to severance, and he is willing to sign a standard release agreement, very, very common. And everybody moves on. Nobody disparages anyone. He goes on with his life. You go on and pick someone else. If that's where you want to go, we're willing to work that out. I've done this many, many times, both on behalf of a municipality or the city or a city manager. There's a peaceful, rational way to do that. If that's where you want to go, we're willing to do that. It's not difficult. We can do this in a couple days. So I'm here tonight. I'll stay here as long as necessary. I'm available the rest of the week. We can work this out. Sometimes there's, what's the song about? There's a time for this and a time for crying and time for happiness. Sometimes there's time for separation. If that's where you want to go, we can work that out without getting out.
Thank you.
Breaks and bats. Thank you.
Any others? Seeing none, we're closing public comments at this time, and we will move to the administrative portion of our meeting. I will bring to the attention of the commission that I hadn't had a chance to take a look at the agenda before it was released to all of you. And it seems that B1 and B2 are kind of out of order. Madam Clerk, how should we handle that? Because we didn't approve the agenda, do we need to make an amendment, or do we just move with the item that we need to do in the right order?
You can do that. You can move in the right order. or
Thank you.
Changing the order.
All right, with that being said, if I could draw your attention to the items, or item B2, the city manager annual evaluation, I will entertain the suggested motion there. We should probably ask Mr. Womack if you prefer to have a closed session or an open session on this item.
No, I prefer we do this in open session.
All right. Mr. Francis, does that require that we make a motion then, since we don't need to go into closed session, or we can just go right into deliberation?
No, Mayor, no motion as long as the minutes reflect Mr. Womack's statement.
Okay. With that being said, I would like to introduce to the commission, Mr. Aaron Graves from Bodman PLC, sitting on my right. And Mr. Graves, I'd like to have you kick us off here before we go around the table with our review items. Okay, one moment, please.
Point of order, I guess.
Can you please state your point of order, what rule is being broken?
I'm just don't know why the Bodman firm is helping out with our city manager annual evaluation. We did not hire them to help us with the evaluation.
All right. I would like to know what rule is being broken with that question.
We have our own city attorney sitting here to help us with the evaluation. The commission did not hire Bodman. There's no motion that states that we hired Bodman to help us with the city manager review.
Okay. I still fail to see what rule is being broken. In order for you to call a point of order at this time, I'm going to rule that it is an improper point of order or maybe a dilatory point of order. Because you failed to cite a rule that's being broken. I cannot rule on a rule that's not being broken if you can't cite one. It sounds like you have a question as to why Mr. Graves has been invited to the conversation. That's a question, not a point of order, and we could get there. Okay. Otherwise, I understand that Bodman has been employed or contracted by the city for labor matters. And those labor matters were meant to be held for closed session. They were going to come out in closed session inside of the closed session if Mr. Womack so desired, but that was his right. And until we had this moment to have that conversation and have him make that decision, we couldn't get there. Now we're there. And so Mr. Graves is invited to the conversation because the work he was hired for pertains to this very item,
I strongly
which is
disagree.
performance. Yeah, there was a performance issue, and
You
that
can
is what they
explain all
were
you
hired
want, sir,
for.
but I disagree.
Okay, you can disagree, that's fine, but we're gonna move forward now.
I appeal the ruling, Chair.
On what grounds? Go ahead.
Support.
I would like you to look at Charter 4, Chapter 4, Section 14F as the citation that's needed. It talks about how we need to have, our attorney needs to be contracted to do certain work, and I don't think that we've met that standard.
We
414.
have contracted Bodman PLC. We are in an engagement contract with Bodman PLC. 414, you're saying?
Yes.
F.
I believe so. I think it's your duty to make a ruling.
You know
on it.
what? I'm not a mind reader, and if you're the one bringing the point of order, you can cite which point of order or which rule is being
Chapter
broken.
4, Section 14 something. It's
All right, that's
late.
fine. That's enough.
Okay.
Yes. I still fail to see where there's a rule being broken here. So your appeal has support, so we'll take a roll call vote, whether or not the appeal is to be upheld.
Mr. Chair, would it be prudent for you to read the section so that the people who are voting on it at least are aware of what it
Yeah.
is?
That would be fine. You've already read it or summarized it, but it states, upon the recommendation of the attorney or upon its own initiative, the commission may retain special legal counsel to handle any matter in which the city has an interest, or to assist and counsel the attorney therein. This is exactly the nature of the engagement that we have with Bodman, therefore I don't see that this rule is being broken. So we're ready to take the vote for the roll call vote to see if the appeal that Mr. Brady is making is to be upheld.
Is he being in the form of a motion?
I don't think we've done that in the past. It's just, is his appeal being upheld or not? Are we gonna reverse my ruling? Yes or no? Mr. Brady?
Might we examine 415? It says the compensation of the attorney shall be set by the commission. No compensation to special counsel shall be paid except in accordance with agreement between the commission and the attorney or special counsel made before the service for which such compensation is to be paid has been rendered. I just don't see that we have an agreement to have Bodman. Well, I also don't know if this is Bodman 1 or Bodman 2. but seeing as it's Mr. Graves, I'm assuming it's Bodman 1.
This is Bodman engagement 1, and again, back to your, see now you're compounding points of orders and arguments in an appeal. That's not the process.
We can,
Okay.
we can.
And this
rewind it and go
argument
back if we want
doesn't
to.
stand either, so when we get to it, I will deny that there's a rule being broken here. All right, so right now, we're in the middle of your first appeal, so let's take care of that. All right, so the first appeal is that there's somehow a rule, 14, chapter 4.14, subsection F is being violated by inviting Mr. Graves into this conversation on a labor matter that we have contracted him on. That's the ruling that I've made, that there is no rule being broken. That is being appealed by Commissioner Brady and supported by Commissioner Atwood. It is time to take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman,
No.
Commissioner McCarthy. No.
Once again, we have a tie, and as the tiebreaker, I vote no, and the motion fails.
Mayor, just for the record, the motion failed prior to your vote because it didn't receive a majority, but I just wanted that to be clear.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So, because we need what? A supermajority?
Just a majority, but
majority.
it failed
Very
without the majority.
Very good.
Thank you.
All right, so we don't even need a tiebreaker. As soon as there's a tie, there's no majority. All right, thank you, Mr. Francis, for that clarification. All right, so that brings us back to the conversation at hand. Mr. Graves, if you would like to get us started, and then we will proceed around our table with our review.
Okay, my understanding is that all of the commissioners have copies of all the reviews and have had time to review them. Is that accurate?
Yes.
I mean, the reviews were obviously mixed. Some commissioners, two commissioners gave very strong reviews for Mr. Womack. Two of the commissioners gave reviews, actually 3 commissioners gave reviews that were, I'll call them mixed to middling, and then one review was subpar. I mean, really, it's up to the commission to decide where they want to go with that review. I'll answer any specific questions that anyone has.
Okay, there will probably be questions for the specific engagement, number 1, and how it relates to performance or labor issues that we initially
Well,
started conversations.
The engagement, the initial engagement that we, just as some background, my firm and I have represented Lapeer for many, many years, and then for the past couple of years, we haven't represented Lapeer. Recently we engaged, I'm guessing it was 6 months ago, that would be my rough estimate. And it was a general engagement for labor and employment matters. I'm a labor and employment attorney. That's what I do all day, every day. I'm here to provide advice and counsel on any potential matters that might lead to liability, to help protect the city from any potential employment liability. So as part of that, I was involved in providing advice and counsel with regard to reviews and other matters that, that involved Mr. Womack. I don't know if there were any other matters that we were involved with, but that was true and has been true for decades.
Okay. All right. And also to give a little bit more context and background about engagement 1, since it relates to the performance and the evaluation. The reason I wanted you to preface it is because I want to be careful that we're not, that any one of us does not, especially myself, since I'm the point of contact, does not share anything of privilege. I'm going to stick to what's inside of the public portion, but I will put this out there that part of the engagement and our conversations back and forth is that I provided your firm with performance assessments. The assessments, there was one that was done that was about 18 pages, and then there was another that was roughly about 35 pages, and then I have one that is outside of the term being evaluated that has roughly 44 pages that we've had discussions on as well leading up to this meeting. Each of those assessments address concerns that were primary to our initial engagement and how to read the contract policy and address performance concerns that we didn't know how to do and we needed legal counsel to guide us on. That was the initial premise for the engagement, and that leads us into the performance itself. Part of our conversation and work together was that the performance evaluation form itself was presented to me by the city clerk as something that could be, should be modernized or updated with feedback from the past and current commission. That was an evolution of the kind of something rolling in the middle of this labor engagement all together within the same scope. And at that time, when I had made some of those adjustments and improvements for very specifically the changing from a dichotomous scale, yes, no, maybe, to a really was yes, no only in those 2 point, to a 5-point Likert scale, which is what I understand most municipalities and organizations, labor organizations prefer, because it is more objective, whereas the dichotomous scale is more subjective. We discussed that in some length, and I had also requested for some review and feedback on the improvements to make sure that it fell in line with industry expectations and municipal expectations. And so that has been a subject of debate that is the subject of our conversation at this very moment. But I want to make sure that the public and the rest of the body is well aware of that. 3 members at times, because they are the client, the entire commission is the client, with myself being appointed as the main point of contact and coordinator of these conversations. 3 commissioners have reached out to me on a regular basis to ask for updates and ask questions. And per your counsel and recommendations, I have answered all of those answers. And at no time was there debate, just answering the questions. This is the update. This is where statuses are. 2 have been asking for the same thing. I believe one of them reached out to you directly, even though we have a motion on record making myself the sole point of contact, chose to go around that commission action and overstep outside of lanes when they and you have directed them to simply speak to the mayor, the sole point of contact, to get those answers. And that individual still has not reached out to me to this day. So the public needs to be aware of those dynamics, because the commission is going to be there's going to be some that know what's going on and some that won't, but that was because of their own decision that they chose not to accept the proper channel of receiving and retaining information. So we can move forward from there. We're going to go at the top of the evaluation. I believe that Mr. Womack has had this for over 30 days per a provision that I think we misunderstood or misread inside of his contract. I think it was a post-review criteria to give him a written version or a printed version of it within 30 days of the actual review. But we took the cautious ground and gave it to him 30 days before the review as well. And we'll start with any comments that each commissioner would like to start with their own review. And I'll just go straight across this direction, and then I'll close it up, and then we'll give Mr. Womack an opportunity to ask questions. Mr. Bray, or we could give them an opportunity to ask questions for each of the individual reviews as they make their points. So Commissioner Brady, we'll start with you with your review and comments about our city manager's performance.
Yeah, I had a question. I had my hand up for a long time while you were talking there. I had a question for Mr. Graves, if you would permit.
That would be fine. That's part of your review giving.
Okay. I didn't actually know that you were working on anything directly with Mr. Womack, because we were told initially that it was an employment matter, that there were multiple people involved and they know who they are. And we weren't actually able to even know that you were working on anything for Mr. Womack directly.
No, I haven't worked with, I have never spoken with Mr. Womack.
No, not speaking with Mr. Womack. For example, it's my understanding that you've worked on a job description.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, but for who?
I believe it was the city manager job description.
Okay, that was
I can't recall if any changes were made in the job description, but I remember looking at it.
that was privileged information that we weren't allowed to talk about
Okay,
up until this moment right now.
okay.
I was severely reprimanded for looking at the bill and trying to just find out what the bill even was for that.
It's just, I'll just explain this, you know, I represent several municipalities, and it's very common that municipalities will have a single point of contact. That way you don't have multiple commissioners talking to the attorney and then running up the bill.
I understand that. Is there a responsibility to that point of contact to inform the rest of the people?
It's only an internal, whatever responsibilities you have, you decide there, whatever guardrails you put on that, that's your business,
Okay,
not
so
mine.
the specific guardrails that were put, I had to have a personal phone call in order to receive that information. I've asked for it in person, I've asked for it in writing, and I just I'm totally unaware of what your billable hours, the result of your billable hours are. And so, you know, some of my questions might be a little bit strange in the light of that, I guess probably most importantly would be, were you working with Mr. Hang with the Attorney Grievance Council?
No.
Paperwork? Okay, there's a discipline summary report that you had worked on. Can you fill us in on what that is?
Discipline summary report with regard to the Attorney Grievance Commission?
I don't know if
have
it's
no
in-
knowledge or
I don't know if
involvement in that. No.
I don't know if it is. I can tell you what your billing says. It's probably number 2. It says, analyze discipline summary report. It was February 27th. We paid you $500 to analyze it. And then you have a series of emails probably before and after.
What date?
February 27th.
February 27th.
That's the assessment. Mine,
The reviews?
the internal assessment.
Okay, so that must have been looking at the internal reviews for disciplinary purposes.
Yeah, that was the initial premise of the engagement, which I just went over in my context giving.
In February?
Yes. We approved the engagement 1 in December. It took me till February to provide that initial assessment to Bodman in an official capacity. Up until then, all I had with Mr. Graves. I think we'd have to look at the billing and what was billed, but I think it was just our onboarding and what, a verbal meeting of what the premise was going to be and what I would deliver for his review so that I could get the guidance that I needed on this performance issue.
Mr. Hing, are you saying it's okay for us to look at the billings now and we're able to discuss them freely and it's no longer considered attorney-client privilege?
Well, I mean, you've had access to the billing this whole time because you're reading from it. I read one into the record a couple months ago. So the whole commission has had access to that, and I've never stated that you couldn't have access to it. And just a correction of your framing, it was not only required that you have a phone call with me to get the information. There have been several meetings on video record where I said, let's just hang out in the conference room right after this meeting. I'll answer all your questions. And only 3 commissioners take me up on that offer to have a personal conversation with me. It doesn't matter. It could be over the phone, it could be on a video.
I would reclaim my
It could be in
time.
a car, it could be in this meeting room, but it wasn't going to happen here in front of the public while we weren't sure if we were allowed to share that privileged information about an employee that has not had the opportunity to say whether he wants a closed or an open session.
I just want it to be known that that was not me taking a long time to get that answer. The reason this is important to the review is that the review hits pretty hard on that issue. That Mr. Womack really made a big uh-oh when he released that to the public. I'm finding now that maybe the Bodman bills were not as privileged and confidential as they were originally presented, but yet Mr. Womack was, I mean, we can look, I'm not sure exactly where in the review it is, but I would seek that whatever negative scores were given towards that would be at least considered, that it turns out, no, it was not really that big of a deal. I think Mr. Graves' own words from his email were, you know, not a lot of damage was done. We should move on to the real business that we have at hand. But I'm not sure what business that was, but is this gonna be my only opportunity to speak during Mr. Womack's review? Or
No, I think that as if we were in closed session, you know, it's a lot more informal and loose in closed sessions. So I think that in lieu of the fact that we're doing this in the open and it does require a little bit more back and forth and some questions, I think that we could relax that a little bit, but we should be cognizant of the time and that we do have a 6:30 regular meeting.
Yeah, I won't go too long.
Point of order. I don't think that was a commission directive. I don't think you can just change that rule without the majority of the commission.
Which rule?
The one that was approved prior to this.
The one that Mr. Francis said that only if we have an up or a down motion, which we don't have right now? Because
No, it was
we're inside of a
was it not
conversation about
agenda
performance
items?
evaluations?
It was agenda items.
I'm pretty sure Mr. Francis stated that the 2 per person rule only applies to a motion, and that only the 30 minutes applies to agenda items, and in which case the cognizance of our time applies, and we will stick to 30 minutes if that's what we're, you know, if that's what you're getting at, we're gonna stick to the 30 minutes and stay cognizant of time. And if that's the case, then maybe we should divide that 30 minutes by 5 so that everybody has a fair chance to speak their mind, because it sounds like Mr. Brady really has a lot to say. And he could probably eat up the whole 30 minutes unless you want to concede your time to Mr. Brady. Is that what you're offering?
I was just making sure we're doing things appropriately to the motion. If I'm misunderstanding the motion, that's fine.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Brady.
Okay, we are Mr. Womack's employer. The 5 commissioners are Mr. Womack's employer. I've not been a boss before. You know, I'm a teacher, but I supervise a lot of kids. And one of the things that I really think is important to do is to assume positive intentions. Even my worst behaving students, they behave that way for a reason. Okay, and it's incumbent upon me to figure out what that person's world is so that I can try to do my best. I would say probably at least some of the things that are dings against Mr. Womack are a result of miscommunications in both directions, to say it as nicely as possible. So many of the things that Mr. Womack is being criticized for, I'm seeing mirrored behavior from the mayor. And so it's really, really hard to criticize. But I would like us to assume positive intentions. I think Mr. Womack is a good city manager. I don't think he's the best city manager. I think he can do a good job if we would let him do his job. We should be looking forward today and not looking backward. We could spend hours litigating the past. We really could. We don't need to do that. No matter what the outcome is, it is not that important for us to go back item by item and try to scratch the dirt with it, okay? What do we want from our employer next year? Hopefully we'll use the same review next year. Hopefully it doesn't get changed on us, but that's okay. What are we going to expect from him in the next year as far as improvements? There were KPIs, there were lots of things. I don't know what the actual outcome of the evaluation is. I know that overall his score was favorable. Okay, and so I don't think that there's any necessary action that he needs to take. But really, we should take this time, this hour that we have, to think about what do we really want him to do in the future. Okay, unless your plan is not to have him around in the future, in which case, probably better for us in the city if we don't go digging through the garbage bin. Not trying to excuse anything. What do we want from him in the future? would be my goal. Thank you. I yield.
All right, Ms. Clifton.
I think that the evaluation that I filled out was done fairly. I will let that speak for itself. I do understand. I did get a text message from someone that thought it was unfair for us to change the evaluation format. The previous format was, in my estimation, totally, I hate to use the word ridiculous, but I think ridiculous. It was a yes/no. A yes/no is what sometimes they do in colleges, and I would hope that if you have a child in college, that they get a numerical number in their status and not just yes or no, that you passed or you didn't. Because I think data, you know, the whole country and all business, they work on data. And I think data is important. With the new evaluation program, we were able to give a numeric and we were able to give dialogue. I did narrative for City Manager Womack. City Manager Womack and I have a very good relationship. I think I was very fair with him. And I will point out that the last evaluation that was yes or no, we actually had a commissioner just take a pencil and go down yes on each page, one continuous line. Well, that can be interpreted very well as saying no one ever read it. They just wanted to validate a rubber stamp Mr. Womack's performance. That's not fair to Mr. Womack either. I think that in the narrative section that I was able to give some positive feedback for him. And there were a couple times when I thought, why did you do that? And he would understand that I didn't think that that was the right thing for him to do at the time. And I am certainly entitled to my opinion. I think that overall, every one of the commissioners, from their point of view, how they view Mr. Womack, did what they thought was a good or satisfactory job. I don't think that anybody was vindictive. I think that all of the commissioners did what they thought, not only intellectually, but with their heart. And that when there was any kind of what you might perceive as a negative comment, it wasn't done to be mean or cruel. It was done to improve in those areas. So I stand by my evaluation. I tried very hard to be very fair, and using the word from Attorney Graves, I'm probably the Midland one. And I will yield my time.
All right, very good. Mr. Elwood, any comments from Mr. Womack?
Yeah, I mean, my comments are in there, but I guess the way I do, I've never been part of a city manager evaluation that I've thoroughly enjoyed. I've disliked, this is my 12th or 11th, anyway. I've disliked pretty much all of them for different various reasons. So I decided to take my own approach to city manager reviews, and the way I do that is I contact them at least once or twice a day and ask different various questions. If I see something that I don't like the city manager did or has said, I work with the city manager on that item right then and there, and we talk it through. I do that all year round. The evaluation portion is, I always try to have constructive criticism. As Mr. Brady said, I don't think there is such a thing as a perfect city manager. Mike's not perfect by any means. He's human, just like me and everyone else in the room. You know, whether you're a professional or, you know, if you haven't made a mistake in the room, you can leave. You know, we all make mistakes, but again, my approach is constructive criticism, how to make that person better, how do I make myself better? And I think I do that and achieve that through communication throughout the year. As I've done with previous city manager, there's always something that needs to be fixed, whether it be personality, whether it be the way, you know, the individual speaks to someone else. But given the fact of the past 7 months and how it's been, you know, high conflict, high stress, I tend to check in with Mr. Womack more often and have more in-depth conversations and actually how are you doing personally? And I always advise him to find an activities, workout, bike ride, because I know how it is, you know, as a commissioner, you know, at these meetings, sometimes what it does to your stress or mental health, it can take a toll. So it's good to have that outlet. And again, I don't like the way this year's evaluation happened. I don't like the fact that we have Mr. Graves here. No offense, I don't really know you. Maybe you're a great guy. Probably are.
Not taken.
You know, I'm just look at the world we live in, where we have, I don't know, 4 attorneys in this room. Probably none of them would agree on something, but I've never been to a city manager review where we had 4 attorneys. You know, I've had the city attorney, but nothing like this. The way we just did the director of the MML's review. Me and the vice president read the reviews. We called and had a conversation with the director before the meeting. We asked, you know, how it went. He evaluated himself. We talked through some stuff. We, you know, is there any asks that you might have? And is there any, you know, any suggestions? And then we met and then went into a closed session and we deliberated as a body. It was positive. We didn't have 4 attorneys in the room. We only had 1. So this is probably my least favorite city manager review I've been a part of to date. So Mr. Womack, I think you're doing a great job this last year. Specifically last 7 months, it's been highly stressful. I get that, I understand that. And you know, just to divulge your character a little bit, I'm surprised you're still here. And that's been the overtone I've heard throughout the community. I've read some of the emails. You can't seem to do anything right in some people's eyes. Everything gets rebutted, everything you say. I understand you can't be right 100% of the time, but there's ways to talk through things when you dislike when somebody says something, and that's through a conversation. But it seems somebody has been building a case against you since election, maybe a little bit prior. That's evident with the redone valuation, with constantly saying you have violated your contract. And, you know, it's sad to me. It really is. But Mr. Womack, you've done a great job. Again, you're not the best, so, you know, you'd be mad at me for saying that, but you're not the worst. But you do a great job. And I'm proud of what, you know, again, your character, you're still here, you're still trying to do your best. And that speaks highly of you as an individual, outside of being a city manager. So be proud of that. That's it.
Ms. McCarthy.
Thank you, Mike. I'm first gonna state that on a personal level, I like Mr. Womack. We have pleasant conversations, we joke, we do different things. But the relationship that I have with Mr. Womack isn't a personal relationship, it's a business relationship about running the city and also his interactions with the city commission. Mr. Atwood today discussed, just recently said that, he feels that somehow, some way, people were building a case against Mr. Womack from the very beginning, or maybe even before. And I have to say that I believe that certain individuals within our commission have been building a narrative to support the idea of a hostile work environment for Mr. Womack from our very first meeting, November 17th. It started with challenges. The second meeting had 8 point of orders. The first one was Mr. Brady, Commissioner Brady. The second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth was Commissioner Brady. The 7th was Commissioner Atwood. The 8th was Commissioner Brady. And the contentiousness of the meetings continued. And the desire to create the theater and the narrative that somehow the seated city commission was biased. I stand by everything I said. I did not just say, I think A. I documented everything with emails. I pulled out exact statements from emails. And I basically followed up and supported anything that I said so that you would see that I was not just making it out of thin air. On the flip side, my understanding of this whole process, and I thank you, Mr. Graves, was to look at the contract, to look at the job description, and to find a path forward that we could work in a better relationship with Mr. Womack. In my personal opinion, and I can't speak for people who bike ride with him or pickleball with him or house hunt with him or whatever they do with him, I have a hard time working with Mr. Womack. Not because I don't like him, but I find that he wants to challenge just about everything that I ask him. So that's difficult for me. I don't know how to build that bridge. And that's what I thought the original intent with Bodman was, whether it be KPIs or whether it be some kind of dialogue that he gave us, that we could build a bridge. On that note, though, I want to change gears, because I think it's important that people understand why we had some confusion when we were newly sat on this commission. And I apologize because I get dry mouth when I talk because I'm nervous. When I came to this commission, one of the first documents I received was a full and complete coverage of Mr. Womack's contract. I want to give you just a little bit of history, and then I would like the freedom, Mr. Mayor, to ask a couple questions of Mr. Graves, of Mr. Francis, and I might even go so far as to ask a couple of commissioners some questions.
Be fine.
The first thing I would like to do is just give you a history. Mr. Womack interviewed in spring of 2023. On March 12th of 2023, an email came into the city. All of this is foible. I'm not giving you any historical information that's privileged. Tracy from HR stated that the city attorney, the sitting city attorney at that time, had reviewed the contract and approved it for signature of the city. That city attorney was Cole Harris Nolan McCarthy, and the attorney who reviewed it was Dennis McCarthy. From March 13th through 17th, after Mr. McCarthy from Cole Harris, the seated city attorney finishing out the contract, had approved it, a series of emails went between Mr. Womack and Mayor Marquardt discussing edits and changes that Mr. Womack was making to his contract prior to signing. And on March 17th of 2023, the contract was finally signed by Mr. Womack. There were minor additions for that first one. The standard contract was 6 months severance. He changed it to 7. Severance paid if termination was without cause. limited for cause. There was a list of issues allowed to provide for what for cause termination was. And we were gonna do some other miscellaneous things. We were gonna pay for his bar license. We were gonna give him a $3,000 moving fee. We were gonna give him a vehicle allowance for $415. However, within all of that contract, one of the things that stuck out to me was a section that said, and I'm quoting, "Any acts to amend any provisions of the city charter pertaining to the city charter to the role, powers, duties, authority, or responsibilities of the employee's position. The employee shall have the right to declare that such amendments constitute termination without cause." There is no email to show that that final contract that was signed was reviewed again by the current city attorney after the amendments were made. Could have been, I'm not saying it wasn't. That city attorney doesn't remember reviewing a second time, so, okay. About 6 months afterwards, October 26th of 2023, the first amendment was made with the seated commission from 2 commissions ago. Commissioner Petrie, Glissman, and Brady were not on that commission at that time, but Mr. Atwood was. And the amendment that was asked about 6 months after the employment start was that the 7-month approved severance variance would now move to 12 months. And there was an added 15 months severance if city manager terminated without cause within 3 months of a newly seated commission. Less than a year later, there was a second amendment to the contract in July 9th of 2024. Some increases to the monthly car allowance, ability to carry 56 hours of unused vacation time, and the other time annually, very standard. One-time bonus of $5,000 for cost of living allowance. City shall pay the annual MAMA membership. Then the final amendment, so the first one plus 3 amendments in 3.5 years, or 3 years, was June 5th of 2025. It was the third amendment. I will say that the second amendment and the third amendment were the last seated commission. That included Glissman, that included Atwood and Petrie, along with Commissioner Swindell. And I think I might have missed someone, but it was them plus Swindell. This agreement shall remain in full force for an indefinite period of time. So beginning and end was taken away. It was an indefinite period of time. There was reimbursement for some moving expenses brought back up. The employee understands and agrees that residence within the city is preferred, but it's not required. And there was a section, I think it was section 8, I might be misspeaking, where he again asked to amend the severance from 12 months to 15 and 18 if he was somehow terminated within the first 3 months of a newly seated commission. So again, there was a series of amendments made, 3 amendments after the previous city attorney was no longer contracted. I just want to bring up that Mr. Francis's contract started July 1st of 2023 and runs to current. So those 3 amendments, first, second, and third, would have been under the seated time of Mr. Francis. I wanted you to have that history to just understand some of those changes and that they were edits and amendments that were requested or made by Mr. Womack. I'd now like the ability to ask some questions to Mr. Bodman.
Please.
Is the current contract that you see that was sent to you, in your opinion, flawed or unreasonable for the city of Lapeer?
I think it's a bad contract for the city of Lapeer. I represent, management, I represent municipalities, employers. In the contract and all of the other documentation which would make up that contract is about 40 pages. So a normal municipal employee's contract is not 40 pages long because you have to read all the amendments. So it should have been redone into one contract. The individual terms of the agreement, as far as the severance provisions and what is cause and what is not cause, I wouldn't say that it's out of the ordinary or off the charts, Rich. I would say that the base terms once you go through the 40 pages, but it's a very poor contract because a good contract is a simple contract.
Okay, so when you change it that a person can only, when you limit the reason someone for cause can be, because there was a for cause amendment with bullet points put into it. When you limit the for cause reasons, is that in any way, those addendums to the city manager's contract over the past 3 years, do they limit the city's ability to manage and oversee the city manager's employment with the city, or the ability to implement corrective measures with the city manager related to job performance?
In a practical sense, yes, because it's going to be very expensive for the city if it wants to, it's an at-will employment agreement. So you could terminate Mr. Wolcott at will. However, if you don't assert an established cause, then you would need to pay him the severance amounts, which makes it expensive.
Okay.
So the more those cause reasons are limited, the more likely you're going to be paying the severance.
Smart if you can do it and get a city commission to approve it. I have to ask you a separate question to this. Are our employee review opinions that were written on those, are they somehow unlawful, unethical, or in any way can they create, because we wrote them, it was our opinions, do they create a hostile work environment by putting our opinions on a employee review?
From what I read in the employee reviews that were written, I saw nothing. In order for that to create a hostile work environment, the reviews would have to be based on some illegal or protected classification, and they were, by my read, for every commissioner, they were all based on fact.
Thank you. Would this type of employment contract typically either contain a defined job description or refer to a separate document for a job description versus a generic description of faithfully performing, I'm gonna quote, faithfully performing assigned duties and responsibilities, unquote? That was kind of the definition of.
You see both. A better contract would say, again, I represent municipalities and employers. I like contracts that say, look, you're going to do whatever we ask you to do within reason. But in many cases, they will say it will be more defined. And this is one of those cases.
I have another question, and I'm sorry I'm asking you all these questions, but hopefully.
Answer questions.
Does this contract, as written, provide anywhere for Mr. Womack to assert city attorney privileges to review and approve legal documents and make legal opinions for the city outside of the contracted city attorney, because Mr. Womack has a legal degree that is not a requirement for his employment as city manager?
He's not hired as an attorney. He's hired as a city manager. So it doesn't address that issue.
Thank you.
That I recall anymore.
Next question. Would you, as our HR or city attorney, recommend to the city commission to approve and sign this contract for city manager for the city of Lapeer? Would you have done that? Would you have said, this is great, go sign it?
No, I would have rewritten it.
Okay. And, so my next question is to Mr. Francis, thank you. So Mr. Francis, did you review, you and I have had a personal conversation on this, so I'm hoping you'll stick your landing here and stay to what we discussed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you write, amend, review, or approve these contracts for the city commission before they voted on the amendments and approvals?
Thank you, Commissioner. The first contract was signed before the original version. And just for clarity, that original version had the just cause language in it. That was before I was city attorney. I do not recall, and I was going through my emails to see, I do not recall reviewing, I didn't draft the amendments. I do not recall reviewing at least the first or the second. I'm not to say I didn't. There was a point in time when I started to come to meetings, I was not at any meetings, and I don't recall when that point in time was. I do recall the discussion or the meeting where the third addendum was agreed to, and I believe that was approximately the evaluation time last year. I did not draft it, but I did review the third addendum only. It's the only one that I can recall.
And you had no problem with it the way it was written?
Well, the third addendum changed him to at will for an indefinite period. That puts you maybe in a spot where you would have to do severance or non-renewals, but that agreement, that proposal was presented by Mr. Womack and it was agreed to by the commission. It did not change the just cause
No,
termination.
I'm not asking that. I guess I'm just saying, if the contract should have been cleaned up, should have been maybe made more simple, or if it should have been anyway been clarified, did you make those recommendations to the city commission prior to their vote? Or did you review it and just kind of let it go through?
With respect to the one that I reviewed, it was changing amendment section 1.
Yeah.
In section 3 only. I did not suggest the entire contract be amended or restated. That's correct.
The point that I bring to all this, and I guess it's really frustrating, is that when we came here, I couldn't make head nor hair of it, and it's reasonable to assume that people who took the time to read it would want to clarify what exactly does the contract state and what exactly is covered. And based on having a real rocky start and trying to rebuild a bridge with Mr. Womack, just to say, how do we adjust expectations and how do we track expectations? So hiring a legal entity to do the contract review and the employee description, and then based against the documentation of what was happening, does all of this, you know, are we crazy? Is there a problem? How do we work this through? And that was the foundation, I believe, of what the issue was. And so, as you can see, lots of changes, lots of not reviewing the contract, lots of the contract being amended and written and then presented to the city commission. Without that, what I would like to see is a third-party legal review of the contract to make sure that the city's interests are being looked at. That doesn't mean, and nor am I implying, that anybody was trying to do something unlawful or illegal, but it does give pause to why someone would need clarity and assistance to understand the contract as it exists today.
Yep.
I think I'm done.
Okay. All right, now for my review. These, I'm gonna address a couple of things, for public benefit, and then I'm going to address the actual, intent of, or meaning behind my portion of the review. So I'm gonna address a few things about the evaluation form directly, because there's been several things even tonight by the public and by a couple of commissioners said about it that aren't accurate. And I'll speak to the form in the process. I'm not going to discuss about the performance at the moment. The matters that belong with the city council or with this commission, we are acting as a body. And this, and these standards, everybody's saying, or at least what I'm hearing from the public and from at least two commissioners, that they're new. They're not. Nothing in the revised evaluation form is new. There was no new expectations created. There was no new performance criteria created. There were some new criteria added to the form, but the expectation themselves, they're tied to the duty of the city manager already. They're under the city charter in section 410. They're also tied to his employment agreement. And all of those duties were in force throughout the entire year being evaluated. So just because an expectation wasn't literally on the form doesn't mean the expectation did not exist. They all pre-existed. They were all in force for the entire year. Almost every item restates a duty that was already his. Anything that was new to the form was not new to his job. The form is faulted for its timing as if he was owed a year's worth of advance notice of what we were going to evaluate that was already his job. But there's no law, no provision of the charter, and no city policy that requires an evaluation form to be in written form or adopted by this commission or handed out before an annual review. An employer is not required to publish the form in advance. This one was prepared for the cycle at the clerk's request and distributed by the clerk, the same way earlier versions were. And it went out on April 28th before the evaluation period had even closed on May 1st. Every duty it measures was already enforced from the first day of the year. I can't say that enough because it's been attacked too much. The weighting is called an attempt to reach a result. The weights are printed on the form before anyone enters the score. And the weightings change nothing unless the underlying ratings differ. A manager rated well throughout scores and well throughout will score well under any of them. So that argument actually falls apart. It's a misnomer. The form is called a device to produce a low score. I've heard that tonight as well. And it is not. And the proof is in the completed evaluations, which are public. We have 2 commissioners who have scored straight 5s in spite of clear evidence to the contrary on many of the criteria. So the evaluation, the form doesn't produce a low score. The evaluator themselves are responsible for what they put on the tool. The form is nothing more than a tool. They ran from the highest rating available, as I said, to well below it. A form to produce a low score could not also produce a perfect one, which he received 2. So that argument is false. The philosophy behind these statements that I've been hearing are completely inaccurate and unsustainable. The form records an assessment, doesn't generate one. That's left to the evaluator. The form is called too subjective. Well, that claim is backwards. The prior form asked yes or no, as we've been discussing, which is a dichotomous scoring style. If we say no to something because we don't want to say yes, because we feel there's been a shortcoming in a certain area, and we say no, even though it's kind of getting done, but it's not to our satisfaction, we say no, there's no room for correction. It's either yes or no, and left to subjectivity. With a 5-point scoring system, there's more objectivity and more room for growth and dialogue. The prior form asked yes or no. Yes, we said that. Single above, mark above meets and below standard for a whole category. Yes or no for a whole category. So if he's falling short in any category, we just got to say yes or no, period. And that would create, if we said no because there was some performance that wasn't being met, but just kind of partially, I would not want to put yes because that gives a false impression that there's no room for improvement. And I don't want to put no because that gives a false impression that there's nothing being done. The new form gave a definition of all the marks and the method behind them. It was very transparent. It was backed up with well-written research that is also researchable by the public and any commissioner. The form gives every rating from 1 to 5 a written definition to go alongside of it. It ties each of them to a specific charter duty. Again, something that was in force for the entire year of the evaluation period. There's no new surprise here. And calculates the section score instead of leaving it to impression. A rating scale with defined standard is what the International City County Management Association, the Society for Human Resource Management, and the National League of Cities recommend for public evaluation. The yes or no form is the entire industry left behind. And they make that known. The change made this evaluation less subjective, not more. Both forms and every completed evaluation are in public record, and anyone can read them and judge for themselves. And I'm going to speak to the public record. It is public record. That means it's FOIAble. And that means you can have a copy of it, and people have FOIA'd it. And I know who FOIA'd it because I asked for the reports, the FOIA reports. And I happen to know some of those people. And I asked, hey, can I see your copy? And guess what? To my disappointment, I did see that there were some unredacted contact information and details for
a couple of residents. But I didn't make that happen. That's not my job to redact information. I'm handling privileged information all the time. If a FOIA request comes across, I'm not responsible to redact those things. But when I discovered that those things were not redacted, and they, by law, aren't necessarily needed to be redacted because there are no social security numbers, health information, addresses, or anything like that being shown, only names and email addresses, which aren't protected. But I think good due diligence would be to protect that too, even though it's not required. And so I made a redacted version, and that's what you hear the public whining about. The redacted version is safe. The redacted version is responsible. Not to the contrary of the claims that are being made at the public pulpit. And the public needs to know this because there's lots of mischaracterizations and untruths that are being told. I'll even say that my history being shared openly by a local pastor was highly inappropriate, and he should be ashamed, as he stated. Because we left his community as a family.
Point of order.
As a result of exactly that kind of impropriety. And in no way should that have been brought into Mr. Womack's performance evaluation. It was highly inappropriate. And it didn't frame the exact context and truth of the matter. It was framed in a way that was meant to slight your public official, your mayor, just because of assumptions made about what's going on here today with a performance evaluation. Go ahead with your point of order.
I would just seek for us to remain germane.
Okay.
We're going on 10 minutes and we haven't talked about the review yet.
That is all I'm talking about is the review and the criteria behind it. So your point of order fails on the fact that there is no break in the rule of germane. I rule that there is no rule being broken there. And so I have only talked about this evaluation and the comments made toward the evaluation. And yes, some of those comments were directed at a city official, and that was addressed just now, and that's where your point of order is.
I withdraw my point of order.
Very good. All right. Now, moving on to the actual specifics of the review for my part, I do have some remarks for Mr. Womack's benefit in moving forward and maybe being able to learn something from his evaluation constructively. Unlike others who feel very uncomfortable about every review and want to give 5s or straight yeses, I do feel that it is necessary to hold our employees accountable for their performance, giving them bonuses and accolades when they overachieve, acknowledging when they meet the mark, even if at just a average spectrum. But when it falls below average, there's a duty of an employer to hold their employees responsible. In no other industry have I ever seen, or any other place and context in my life, have I seen so much ridicule and criticism against holding an employee accountable for their performance that's already stated and known that is lacking. Mr. Womack has demonstrated over the course of the past 8 months, from my observation, documentable, but not just documentable. There have been times where there have been in-person interactions, verbal conversations over the phone, text messages, that kind of stuff that I can't document. And it's not that there are however many, there's 23 something exhibits in here that I've given documented sources for my review scores. And these are not just isolated incidents. They are pattern behavior. They are patterns that I have even beyond that, like I said earlier, have provided an 18-page assessment with multiple things, a 35-page assessment, supplemental with multiple items, a 45-page. So every time I had a performance concern, I brought it to Mr. Womack in the beginning, and I received pushback, as Ms. McCarthy had stated. There was a lack of accountability. There was a role reversal pattern where somehow it wasn't his fault. It was either a staff member's fault, the resident's fault, the commissioner's fault, the mayor himself, since I'm asking the question or whatever. Sometimes they were just questions. They weren't even, hey, you did this wrong. It was, hey, this is something that I would like to know about, and immediately it was counteracted with that's inappropriate or abnormal, and I never get my answers. I never get the answers. I'm the employer. I should be able to get answers from my employee when I ask a question. And then I reframe, or I say, this is the issue, this is what I think is happening. And instead of just taking accountability and saying, you know what, I understand. Enough said. I get it taken care of, because that's the job. Instead, it was someone else's fault. You're making a hostile work environment. It's inappropriate. It's unprofessional. You can't say that, that kind of stuff. And I think any other job, any other employer would have already fired that employee at this point. It's patterned. It's patterned. It was excessive. And it was so much that I have this much material of it, because every time it happened, I just documented it, because I didn't know what to do. Because I read the employment contract and I saw that we had a for cause clause that was added in after the fact of documentation, where I could see that the city attorney at the time had approved one thing, but then all these changes happened. And those changes tied our hands. It made it really hard to approach this employee with any type of corrective, constructive criticism, corrective conversation, anything. I didn't know what to do. I was looking at the employee handbook. I was trying to figure out, what does it look like to do a verbal correction? What does it look like after you've made the verbal and it was dismissed? How do we do a write-up? I couldn't figure out, I couldn't make heads or tails, because everything pointed to, you know what, you're not allowed to say a word to this man. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. Unless you find him guilty of a crime, he's allowed to just have free reign. And that should not be the case inside of an employee-employer relationship. And so that's where Bodman Engagement 1 came about, because I didn't know what to do. And I knew that we needed to have a conversation, and we needed an arbiter. I approached Mr. Francis first, and I said, hey, I think I have a conflict with an employee. There's been several complaints. I'm included in that complaint. Everybody knows who they are. To Mr. Brady's point, everybody knows who they are. I need to protect confidentiality and privilege. I don't know what's protected. I don't know what's not. I need help. But I think that you might be in a position where you have to work daily with the employee, and I think that might be a conflict of interest. Maybe it's not, but I want to play it safe. At which time Mr. Francis gave me Bodman's information and his own, and he's told this story as well himself. It's on public record, on video, I think it maybe 2 meetings ago. And he is the one who provided that contact details and the direction. So that brings us to today, Mr. Womack. And I think I've summed up for the record very clearly all of the evidence and critiques that I've provided inside of my review for you. I will say that there have been new things that have come about since then. And while they're new and they're already in the period of the next evaluation, I would say that they are a continuation of already expressed concerns. I do have a very serious concern about policy adherence with regards to quorum outside of the meeting and soliciting for votes to give a business or a organization within the community a ruling, a decision on an SEA. That would be the American Legion Hall, where we have documented feedback from 2 commissioners that you were soliciting for votes over the phone, and that you were going to give the answer to the American Legion prior to the meeting. And that has all been copied to the city attorney. Mr. Francis, you have these documents. And I also asked the city attorney for a legal opinion on the matter, because the matter also pertained to the policy and procedure regarding calling special meetings. where on a phone call, you had asked me if I could make a particular meeting, a particular date that you were suggesting. And you said that you had already called 3 commissioners and got their vote and yes to call the special meeting. And I said, that's not how it's done. That only the mayor and the clerk have the unilateral authority outside of a open meeting to call a special meeting, that a call for a special meeting by the city commission has to be done in an open meeting because it requires a quorum decision.
Point of order.
Please state your point of order.
You're
which
not
rule
being
is being
germane
broken.
to the topic. Our
This is the
review-
evaluation
Our review
notes.
period being evaluated is May 8th, 2025
Mhm.
through May 1st, 2026. Please be germane to the topic.
Yeah. If we were in a closed session, this would still be coming out and you wouldn't be point of ordering it. I'll just say that as an opinion, but I am going to rule against it because this is germane to the topic of performance.
I let it go the first time, but
I made it clear in my
Still-
statement. I made it clear in my statement that it was outside of the scope of the evaluation period, but it has a bearing because we're having the evaluation right now. And it is a patterned behavior that is documented in the scope of the period being
Sir,
evaluated.
our document right here says period being evaluated May 8th, 2025 through May 1st, 2026.
All right, then I'll drop that issue, but I'm telling you, it has a bearing on what I'm
Your
giving
narrative.
as feedback. I think in an evaluation, regardless of the period being evaluated, you can give your employee feedback at any time. Even
Sir, are you
if
gonna
even if
rule
it's
on my
from 3
point of
years ago.
order?
I did. I ruled against it. You're welcome to appeal it. You probably
I feel
have
the
good
ruling
support
of the
for it.
chair.
I support.
All right. All in favor, we'll take roll call on the appeal.
Sorry, can I please ask clarity? I would like to understand, voting yes or no, what are we doing?
Yes, the appeal stands. His point of order is that I'm not being germane to the topic of the evaluation.
May 8th,
It May 8th to 2025 to 2026.
May 1st.
May 1st, 2026. And
Can I ask a point of clarity?
I don't see that on here, Mr. Atwood. Can you please?
It's on every document we have in the city manager review. On
Yeah,
top of
it's-
every single page.
Yeah, I just don't see it on the agenda is all I'm saying.
Right,
anyhow.
but it's on the literally evaluation.
I'm being germane to the agenda. But let's go ahead.
Okay.
The appeal is, do we overturn the germaneness? Do we say that I'm yes to the appeal?
Or no?
I'm not germane, stop talking about that topic, or no to the appeal,
Thank you.
I'm germane. All right, we'll take roll call.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman. No. Commissioner McCarthy,
No.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry.
2/3, so there's no tiebreaker there. Or whatever, Mr. France said, majority vote, so there's no tiebreaker needed there. Let me collect my thoughts again. I was giving Mr. Womack feedback for his evaluation so that maybe he could improve some things moving forward. Mr. Womack, I have some serious concerns about your adherence to policy, and I think that sometimes that lack of commitment to policy is potentially a liability for our city. And that is well documented with inside the scope of the annual review that we have printed before us. But I also think that there are many instances that I don't have in there. If I did, it'd be a lot bigger than 75 pages, and I thought that I would be a little bit gracious and not include every single thing.
I'm just trying to help you. I think you were talking about the meeting that was called. I think that's
Which
great.
is a policy, in my opinion, was a policy
I was just
breach.
trying to
Yeah,
help you.
yeah. So it's a policy breach there, and that's well documented inside of this additional assessment that I have here. And as we go forward, will definitely be a part of any future performance evaluation inside of that time period. There's more. Mr. Womack, I think that at times I have tried to address, and I think it's inside of I'm not gonna bring up every single issue inside of the performance evaluation. You've had over 30 days to review it, but there are times where there are misrepresentations, contradictions in your communications with us that cause for some of what I think Mr. Brady had called lack of communication or miscommunications that cause some of these tensions. One that's documented inside of the report, inside of the time frame being analyzed, is when you claim to go to STRK and not speak to any legal issues, but then 2 sentences later that you were there to mitigate and litigate terms for the ongoing legal dispute over the license renewal. To me, that's a contradictory communication, and I asked for clarification there, in which I believe this is another one of those instances where I got a lot of that pushback, blame, shifting,
Mr. Mayor,
calling it
I
inappropriate.
don't recall the language mitigate and litigate. Can you read exactly what he said?
Have to go to the exhibit itself. Let me get there. Maybe Exhibit 10. Thank you for your email. I took the meeting so that SCRK could not later claim that the city was refusing to work with them. I spoke with Mr. Francis before taking the meeting, and we agreed that I would not get into any of the legal issues with SCRK. We'll skip 2 or 3 sentences and we'll drop to the bottom of the paragraph. Also, I did spend some time of the meeting expressing the city's ongoing concerns in an attempt to avoid litigation. To me, that's a contradiction. Speaking about attempting to avoid litigation is a legal activity of the ongoing legal issue that he just said at the beginning of the paragraph I would not get into. This is common. This is not just a one-time thing. This is a pattern behavior. And then when I asked him if he could clarify that, Exhibit 11, maybe it's Exhibit 12. Let's see. I asked him if he could clarify it, and I think also Ms. McCarthy had asked him to clarify as well, and we got pushback on that.
I understand that, sir. I'm just wondering.
And we were told that it was inappropriate to ask those questions.
I'm wondering if there's a positive, proactive, what would you like to happen over the course of the next, how does he do his job well?
Here we go.
How do we get?
Well, this
how do
is
we
all
make sure-
very odd and contentious. The questions asked of me seem to be intent on interrogating me and my intentions more than they are interested in understanding the SDRK situation. The problem I have, Mr. Brady, in this, you're asking how, and I'm trying to explain to him, I have some concerns, and how can you do better? And that's exactly the issue here. You could do better by not calling oversight in simple oversight questions inappropriate interrogation and characterizing them as something hostile when they're not. The questions were merely, can you clarify what I perceive to be a contradiction? I just read it out loud on the record, and it's clearly a contradiction. I think any employer has the right to ask for clarity there.
I don't know if I agree with you that it's clear that it's a contradiction. I don't read it as a contradiction.
Of course. I understand you don't, because you scored them all 5s on
No,
communication.
it's because he said, I'm not there to litigate. I'm not going to litigate. But then trying to make sure that they have an appropriate relationship so that there isn't more litigation. I do want my manager doing that. I do want him to take meetings with people and to be able to be in the room and to make sure that things go as smoothly as possible. I don't see that as him litigating. I don't think he was in there offering to waive their tickets. It seems like a read. And I'm not trying to excuse the pushback. I just want to know, what do we want from the guy?
I just told you.
Do we want him not to take meetings?
I'd like an answer and a clarification.
Okay,
You just stated my intent,
okay.
which
So
was false. You mischaracterized my intent. My intent is, I perceive that to be a contradiction. Can I please get clarification there? I think Ms. McCarthy felt the same way. She asked the same
I
question.
apologize for mischaracterizing your interpretation. It wasn't my intent. I would like for him to know how he can do his job better. And we have 13 minutes. Clearly, this isn't all going to happen today, but for the sake of our next meeting, I think it would be prudent for us to either get along with whatever's going to happen here or make a decision about what's going to happen next.
Agreed. We need to move on. I think that my evaluation is public record, same as everybody else's. We can move on. Ms. McCarthy, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion, so I motion that we move this topic and pend it until we hear the second issue in regards to Bodman 2. And then we come out after Bodman 1 and Bodman 2, we have dialogue and we move forward from there. That way we have time to get Bodman 2 done before the city meeting.
Understood.
Support.
Any discussion?
I'm a little confused about the motion. How much does that include? Are we motioning to go in closed session?
I'm motioning that we pen this and we move to Bodman 2, B1, so that we hear that before we come out to make a decision.
I would be more comfortable with two separate motions, one to end what we're doing, one to begin Bodman.
Perfect. I make a motion that we end what we're doing so that we can make time for Bodman 2.
Support.
Do you have that, Madam Clerk?
There's no,
Point of
we
order.
don't need a motion to go and end
Okay.
this. There's nothing.
All right, we can just stop the debate.
Move to the next.
Thank you. So we don't need to make that motion. We can move forward from here. Before we do, and I have no further comments on my performance evaluation for you, Mr. Womack. I was gonna offer you time for questions. And maybe that could still happen after we do the closed session if time permits. But before we move towards the next item, Mr. Graves, it's my yes.
I'm just sorry, and I don't want to step on Mr. Graves' toes. Mr. Womack's contract allows him the opportunity to meet and discuss the evaluation,
Okay.
and I don't want that to get lost if we come back at a different point in time.
Okay, so we want to make sure that it does circle back around, even though
Correct.
we want to try to.
Mr. Womack has the opportunity to discuss under the
Yep,
contract.
yep.
Thank
So I want to give him that opportunity as stated. And then, but right now, Mr. Graves, I believe there is and I think this probably should precede Mr. Womack's questions and opportunity to respond, but is there an opinion on this portion, what I understand, engagement 1 and the performance evals or anything like that? Is there anything that you have prepared?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll circle back to Mr. Womack after we've had an opportunity. Well,
Yes, please.
Yeah,
Let's get this
okay.
done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
all right, so that brings us to B1.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I put that in the hand up. Can I speak?
Yep, go ahead.
So just to be clear, you've let everybody give their opinions for the last, I don't even know, an hour. Which of course I've had lots of responses I would like to have given to a lot of the statements that were made here. And now you're just going to change gears and make all these citizens here wait until after another matter so that I could possibly respond at the end. Is that my understanding of what's happening here?
Ms. McCarthy.
I don't believe it's a possibility. I believe it's a fact that he will respond afterwards
Okay,
because it's built into the city meeting. And if the next meeting has to run and start a little late to have that happen, then that's what happens. That's
Well, then
my
if,
opinion.
if that's what you think you see this flowing, then why not just give him that opportunity now to address the performance evaluations? The closed session for the next topic can, just the same as his feedback and comments and questions, can push the other one. Let's
That's fine.
if you're okay with that. Okay, let's do that. Mr. Womack, I'm gonna give you the floor.
Mr. Mayor, are you complete with your evaluation of it?
I am.
So, I do have quite a lot to say, and of course, there have been a lot of statements made here today that were mischaracterizing, untrue, false, etc. Of course, Ms. McCarthy, similarly, I like working with you, I like you personally. Some of the statements that you've made are concerning to me. And of course, you stated a lot of things about my contract, which I guess I would have to have those individually repeated to me so I could then respond to them in an appropriate fashion, because some of the statements that were made during the discussion, I guess I just don't 100% believe regarding my contract. And of course, I'd be happy to discuss my contract in more detail if you'd like, whether it be part of this meeting or personally, because I try to be fair. One thing I thought was very interesting is somehow that I did something untowards in bringing a contract to the city to be reviewed and negotiated, when that contract actually was written by attorney Jeff Sluggett, who was the city attorney for the city of Cedar Springs, my first job, which I then turned around and presented to this board. So that was negotiated on behalf of my previous community, which I liked. So I brought to this community, and this community thought it was fair at that time. So we can talk about that more in length. So I guess I'd like to begin by stating that I understand the difficulty of the situation. And I hope that you do as well. Ms. McCarthy, you've stated it, I think, pretty succinctly. I've got good working relationships with the board, even though this is a business discussion. In that regard, I have to say that these reviews are replete with inaccuracies, cherry picking, mischaracterization, and almost entirely in a way that makes me look bad. Of course, in order for me to defend myself against such falsity, some of these statements in these reviews, I do have to be defensive. I have to point out the inaccuracies, the cherry picking, the mischaracterization in these reviews, lest the public think that by my silence, I am somehow agreeing with and accepting the truth of those falsities. I also continue to state my objections to the mayor's rewriting of the review format and the scoring of the fact, and his subsequent scoring me of a 1.6 out of 5. I would note that despite the mayor's artificially low score, all the scores combined gave me an average of 3.14. That's including the mayor's 1.6. Which on the mayor's own form meets expectations and consistently meets all established expectations, fully competent and reliable. So thank you for that. If the mayor's score is omitted, of course, my score then rises to 3.45. And I'm not going to get into who, but I believe there was actually a math error by somebody who rounded down, which then would actually increase my total score if you do it correctly. This discussion, of course, also does not mean that I do not like, get along with, or respect the commissioners, especially on a personal basis. We each bring our own personal skill sets and personalities into this milieu, and we together are all trying to figure it all out, and mostly successfully together. Ms. Glissman, your work on adding more flowers into our public spaces, your America 250 project, and your work on getting 2 new flagpoles installed in the city, and I guess an oak tree soon, right? Is prime example of small town Americana patriotism and the love of one's hometown. And I just love that for the city of Lapeer. I really do. Ms. McCarthy, I know that you pour a ton of your time and effort into this historic courthouse, a main symbol of our town, and we are all better off because of it. Your desire to become better educated on city operations and policy is one of the most intense that I've ever encountered in my 10 years of doing city management. I hope that you help accomplish many good things in your time on the commission. Mr. Brady, I look forward to start working with you again about substantive issues in the future. We've not done that in a while. Your work prior to November of 25 in addressing TIFA concerns and the correcting of our marijuana ordinances has helped move the city in the right direction. And while I don't always initially agree with your positions, I appreciate that we can work together in a mutually respectful way in trying to find solutions together. Mr. Atlett, you're an asset to this community, and your regular communications, usually 4 times a day, not 2 times a day, about city issues is probably the best and most productive thing that any commissioner has ever done for me. Gives me the opportunity to fix and address issues as soon as possible and translates the complexity of city operations into a way that is responsive to the citizens' wants and needs. While I have some responses to the commission's performance reviews, and that I will cover those below, I will not be addressing every single item that was raised. There are simply too many of them, and it would take far longer than any of us want to sit here for. But I am going to address just some of the specific instances that were mentioned. The full review packet is 174 pages long. The mayor, your section was 76 of those pages. I really would like more time to fully respond to these reviews, since there are a ton of inaccuracies, false statements, cherry picking, and mischaracterizations throughout. To paraphrase Brandolini's law, it takes significantly more time and energy to refute false claims than to make them. Attempting to properly review 176 pages of reviews, double-check source documents, and write responses to them take a significant amount of time and effort. That combined with the extreme busyness of my regular job duties, I do not believe that I had sufficient time to fully respond to these reviews. Or perhaps this may be attributed to Mark Twain. Once these lies are believed, if only for a short time, the damage has been done. A lie travels halfway around the world while the truth is putting on its shoes. By the time the truth catches up, it's too late and the lie has become lore. Before I get into the details, I'd like to highlight some nuances for what being a city manager is actually like. It's a unique role in local government and is unique in the ways that can make it very challenging sometimes. City managers are frequently the bearer of bad news, and we are often the final stop for upset citizens. That is not always an endearing quality of city management. The questions and issues that get to my desk are usually not the fun ones or the easy ones. They are the difficult problems that only have difficult answers or no answers at all. Many times, the city manager tends to be the person telling someone that the news that they don't want to hear. We frequently are the person who has to say we can't legally do that, we don't have the staff or the funds to do those things. Honestly, it's not a very fun part of the job, but it is necessary. We also have a unique job compared to the rest of the majority of the public. Because as you are seeing here today, our careers are not private. The city manager is the most public employee at City Hall. Our reviews are public records. Our contracts are public records. If we have a bad day, that is public record. If we make a mistake, that is public record. And we all have mistakes that we've made. To be good in such a public role, a good city manager must be of the highest ethical standards and uphold those standards because truly the public will hold them to those standards, and as well they should. Of course, nobody's perfect. Thank you, Josh. And sometimes mistakes are made, but that is what they are, mistakes, not moral failures, not indicative of being an evil or unethical person. This is a difficult job and sometimes there is no right answer. Sometimes even the best of city managers will occasionally make mistakes. And yes, obviously it's vitally important that the government is transparent. That is beyond question. But highlighted, cherry-picked, and shortened information without larger context is not real transparency. City managers are easy targets because everything we do is public, and yet we cannot control social media or gossip or manipulation of facts. The only person being reviewed here today is myself. Elected officials do not have yearly public reviews where their job is on the line. But for me, this is my career. These are not numbers on a spreadsheet. This is the work that I do to help take care of my family. I point all this out not to complain about my job or to make any excuses. I genuinely enjoy being a city manager. It is the most rewarding job that I ever have had or ever will have. But I do think that the context is very and vitally important. The issues city managers deal with are complex enough that a single comment or two is probably not sufficient to understand the whole picture. With those points in mind, I want to address some specific responses, but certainly not all of them. Mr. Mayor, your review was quite lengthy. However, there were only about 6 main issues that you mentioned, and you mentioned them multiple times. So I will address those. Other commission members also brought up these same issues, which I thought was rather odd that you all addressed the same issues. The first is emails regarding the meeting about bike night. And that would be exhibits 1, 3, and 6, although they're all kind of the same email chain. That meeting was an attempt on my part to find an acceptable resolution for the parties. To allow bike night to still occur, the word, quote, negotiation is that first email does not mean actual laws or ordinances were being crafted. No, that simply means that I was going to discuss possible solutions and possible sticking points on both sides. I understand my role as city manager, and I would never promise a third party that I had any power to force the commission to do anything, despite your regular surmising that somehow I do. There were parties involved with the bike night discussions with opposing viewpoints, and a discussion between opposing viewpoints where middle ground is being sought. Inherently, a negotiation is also specifically mentioned in the same email that the commission would need to consider any action. I also pointed out that your attendance at that meeting was abnormal because in my 10 years experience as a city manager, in this type of meeting, it was abnormal. I knew that emotions might be high at that meeting. I was attempting to strategize the best way to keep everybody working together towards a solution. I would note I did say in that same exact email that I did not object to your attendance, and in fact, you did attend part of that meeting. Speaking of which, if I recall the meeting correctly, I was there for several hours with Melissa Petrie, and you were in and out of that meeting in less than 30 minutes. I think that is very relevant to, I think it's very relevant to ask the bike night organizers what they thought about that meeting and how they felt about dealing with me and you on that issue. Secondly, Exhibit 13 seems to be cited more times than any other exhibit. This is about the first Bodman billing. At this point, I don't believe that this privilege issue should even be included in my reviews at this point. Mr. Mayor, you yourself filed an AGC complaint against me in April, citing this billing disclosure. Before I go any further into this, I want everyone to know that I am allowed to disclose this AGC letter and report in full if I wish, per Michigan Court Rule 9.126, subpart A, which states that as the respondent, I may disclose the final disposition of a complaint if it results in no formal charges. My right to disclose the AGC report was also confirmed by a phone call with the Deputy Administrator of the AGC. The AGC cover letter specifically states that not only were your allegations against me insufficient to warrant further review by the AGC, but also the facts you provided did not constitute professional misconduct, that, and I quote, typically fee agreements and billings, detailed or otherwise, are not considered as privileged, and that, quote, in the packet provided, there does not appear to be any information that would be deemed confidential. I'll read that again. In the packet provided, and you provided 33 pages of completely unredacted material, there does not appear to be any information that would be deemed confidential. If the AGC does not believe the billing is privileged, this seems to be an important information for this review. This AGC letter actually supports my statement in the email that you yourself highlighted that the billing is not privileged. At a minimum, this means that the attorney at Bodman and the city attorney and the AGC are not in agreement over what, if any, of the Bodman billing is privileged. You now have at least 3 different opinions on this. So direct criticism from the commission on this issue seems unfair when even the experts themselves are not on the same page. I think that this information should be taken into consideration and that any scores on the reviews that are lower due to this issue should be removed. This letter from the AGC indicates that billings are not privileged, which is strong evidence that I did not act incorrectly with regards to this billing. And that should mean that your connected scores are no longer accurate either. I, of course, sent the commission an email about this, going into greater detail, and I think that the mayor has some questions that he should be answering to the commission and to the public about his actions regarding the AGC matter. While I go into the greater detail elsewhere, I think it's important for this review and for my disclosure of the Bodman billing was done for innocent reasons of attempting to get an abnormal bill paid, and hence should be considered an inadvertent and unintentional disclosure at worst. My actions after the mayor pointed out that he believed the billing was privileged are absolutely the actions of somebody not intending to disclose privileged information, and to suggest otherwise is blatant and intentional misstatement of the facts. Number 3, I'm not going to go too much into the SDRK discussions, which are exhibits 9, 10, 15, and 17. As I stated in those emails, there are real concerns related to the issue regarding future lawsuits by SDRK. That's not a liability risk for the city that I am willing to make. However, I will say that I stand in my statements in those emails. I do not think I acted incorrectly in taking the meetings that I did. And it's important to note that information which was useful to the city attorney and our legal team was gained in my partaking in that meeting. I also state that my comments about feeling interrogated were because I felt interrogated. And that is borne out in this review. That you interrogated me and then used that information you gained against me in this review. I strategized about that meeting with our city attorney. As a commission, have repeatedly and stated that I should do more often. And I did my best to help protect the city from liability in that meeting. Instead of seeing value in that, I was questioned, told I was incorrect. The information that was gained seemed to have been dismissed. I was making an effort to help protect the city, and instead I do feel that I was attacked for it. As Mr. Brady indicated before, I didn't discuss legal issues, but I was building a relationship with SDRK. I won't apologize for what I think was my understandable reaction to those comments, given the circumstances or for my own feelings. On the contrary, I think the mayor should take a good hard look at why he automatically assumes that virtually everything I say and everything I do is somehow wrong or inappropriate and in need of being twisted and attacked. The 4th item is exhibits 11 and 12, which seems to be an argument that contacting commission members to check on availability for a meeting is somehow an OMA violation or something outside of my purview as a city manager. The clerk and I have to contact commission members to see if they're available for a special meeting. I'm not clear how else we can set a special meeting and know who's able to attend that special meeting. I made separate phone calls to each commission member to ask about scheduling. City managers and city staff do this in many cities, every day, everywhere. And the city attorney has previously agreed that that is an entirely fine thing to do. The proposed special meeting workshop with the MML General Counsel on how to properly work together as a board was agreed to by 4 of the 5 commissioners. The fact that you called around and got 2 of those 4 persons to change their availability afterwards is abhorrent in reflection on you, not me. Your statement in your February 18th email that, quote, new commissioners have gone through their orientation and the commission has successfully conducted 5 meetings under our current procedures. The meeting challenges that prompted the MML discussion in December have been resolved. That's very interesting, and I wonder what the public or the commission thinks about that. Your statement to my staff person, Heather, that, quote, I do not support proceeding with either meeting as currently proposed. Please consider both meetings withdrawn unless the commission formally determines otherwise, is a violation of the charter and the city's rules and procedures. You do not get to order my staff to do anything. You do not get to cancel or prevent the clerk from calling a special meeting, especially one that has been approved of by 4/5 of the city commission. If your true upset is that the proposed meeting was with the MML General Counsel for training purposes instead of the agenda workshop on that specific date and time, I believe that your anger and distress is misplaced. Staff have found incredible difficulty in trying to get the commission members to agree to a meeting time that meets everybody's schedules. The proposed MML workshop, which 4/5 of the commissioners knowingly agreed to, was a matter of scheduling, convenience, and not some kind of subterfuge. In fact, you'll note that the commissioners could not find another date that they could all agree to until for the agenda workshop until they themselves chose a date during a public meeting, which we then subsequently held. I also note that significant portions of that February 19th email have been ignored in trying to forge your messaging. A fair reading of it shows that city staff attempted to host a meeting that was agreed to by the commission and nothing nefarious. Finally, I want to address the 2 citizens' complaints, really 3, but 2 that you would divulge. For Exhibit 7, I do not recall ever having seen that email previously. It was placed into your review. I see it was only sent to you yourself and Commissioner McCarthy. I've never heard from either of you asking for my perspective on it or the details of the conversation or any context of it at all. It is simply shocking that this email and the complaint was withheld from my knowledge from the January 9th until this review. While I remember some parts of that conversation and some parts of the email are true, I otherwise do not and have been deprived of a meaningful opportunity to remember all of it and the details of the conversation due to the intervening time. The citizen's husband, Wes Weber, approached me after that meeting, and I had worked a full day before that, and I do not normally leave City Hall between the end of the workday and the board meeting. Meaning that most days where I have a board meeting especially, my days can be 12 hours long. This is not an excuse. None of us are perfect, and the word choices can always be better. I acknowledge that, and I have done better I acknowledge that I could have done better during that evening. But frankly, at that point, I was exhausted and I had a headache. Mr. Weber approached me after that meeting to discuss an issue that we had previously discussed. I had been speaking with him for 15 or more minutes after that meeting before his wife came over to speak with us. She did not introduce herself to me. She just started talking at me and she was very aggressive. From my perspective, she approached me with hostility. She immediately interrupted me and she indicated no willingness to listen for my answers or for any information that I was trying to give her. She also kept repeating things that were just incorrect. And I find it impossible to discuss complex issues with people if I'm unable to point out whether the information the person is stating is true or not. She indicated no willingness to engage in a constructive conversation. Yes, I did inform her that if she wasn't willing to listen to what I was trying to explain, that I couldn't assist her. Could I have chosen smarter word choices? Yeah, sure, certainly. We're all human. Sometimes we make mistakes. It's a well-known fact that I'm a direct, pragmatic, and objective communicator. But that does not make me a rude person. I was a tiny bit rude to her, I'll admit that. She was a little rude to me. I apologized to her for my rudeness on the account of a long day and the headache, and I told them that I would be happy to continue the conversation during normal work hours. As you all know, I continue to speak with Wes Weber on a regular basis, including about 30 minutes after the last planning commission meeting. I harbor no animosity towards Mr. Weber or his wife. I forgave her for her rudeness, and I hope that she accepted my apology that night, although she never stated. However, I do not think that a single conversation is indicative of such a huge issue that needs to be cited 5 times in one performance review to justify number one scores out of a 5-point total. I would have been happy to have explained this to you, or Ms. McCarthy, outside of a public meeting to better respect the person's privacy, but since it was brought up in my reviews, now we have to discuss this matter in public. Exhibits 18 through 21, that's actually, again, all one occurrence. As for this whole incident, as I stated, the building owner in question has had verbal altercations with city staff numerous times previously. I've only met her twice, and both times she yelled at me in front of witnesses and without justification. This goes back to something that I've stated previously. The mayor seems to be willing to accept and even celebrate anything that might be negative about me, but is unwilling to even consider the possibility that I'm fundamentally a good person trying to do a difficult job. The situation in question is regarding the building owner who claims that the city damaged her flowers. She demanded several $1,000s worth of damages. I attempted to resolve the matter by offering the woman $200 to resolve her claims, which the mayor then subsequently attacked me for stating I had no authority to spend $200. Ms. Hanna's not here, but I believe the organization is a $31 million a year job that I oversee for the city. So I didn't have authority to spend $200 to resolve a claim. It's never the goal of the city to damage any private citizen's property. The complaint about damages were located entirely within the right-of-way, and the area has been uncared for and a weed patch the entire time that I've been here, since 2023.
The simple fact of the matter is that this particular person is a deeply unpleasant person to myself and to the city staff. I investigated the improper remark that she claimed was made by a city staff person, and when I found that remark to be true, that staff person was reprimanded. And that is despite, because I hold my people accountable, multiple different staff people tell me that the building owner was, quote, exceedingly mean-spirited to the employee in question in the past. While I do hold my staff accountable for their actions, I fairly weigh and judge the circumstances surrounding those actions. I'm surprised that you did not reach out to the DPW employees to get their version of the story before you decided to judge all of my actions and statements as rude and false. I also note that nowhere do you disclose that this upset citizen is in fact your aunt, which seems to be relevant to this conversation. Despite your aunt's rudeness to myself and the staff, we continue to do our best to serve her as professionally as we can, but we do make sure to send 2 employees at the same time to whatever she needs so that one can serve as a witness. You also seem to have a confidential file where you apparently keep other complaints against me, but you've never disclosed those to me. It's awfully hard for me to address issues or to improve myself if you refuse to disclose any information to me about those types of complaints. I'd also like to point out that in a city of 9,000 people and a county of 90,000 people, that you've only managed to find 3 or 4 people who dislike me for various reasons, but you've failed to find even a single person who thinks I'm doing a good job or finds me to be a pleasant person to work with. I know that I'm not a gregarious person, but the odds of you not finding a single person with anything nice to say about me is rather surprising and almost seems contrary to reality. I guess I'll shift to Commissioner McCarthy's review. So that was nice. Some of this has already been replied to since they're mostly the same issues that the mayor mentioned, but I do have some specific things I do want to address. In your first section, you highlight in red text one part of one sentence in an email, but don't provide the email itself. You also left out of your highlighting a key point of that same sentence. This was a reference to the ongoing discussion about housing here in the city of Lapeer and the proposed Allen Edlin project. If you read that entire sentence and not just the part that you chose to type in red, it clearly has nothing to do with your next paragraph about the commission micromanagement. It was referring to a broader discussion about the project and potential businesses and housing projects. Your red text in the following comment is misconstruing the entire email, and that sentence itself contradicts the critique. As for the allegations on page 9, frankly, I don't know how to interpret this. Some of this occurred before you were even on the commission. Some of this seems to be quotes you're attributing to me, but with no citations, no dates, no times, no emails, etc. And the bills and the evaluation you requested for attorney services have been and are actively being worked on by staff right now. I believe you got those this morning. Correct, Ms. Sanchez?
Correct.
Thank you. The comments about my contract, and of course this is just in the review, not what was stated here at the meeting. Those discussions happened as part of an arm's length negotiation and happened in early 2023, when you were not in office, and obviously that was more than a year ago. You cannot be able to know what the city attorney did or did not say in those circumstances, nor who negotiated on behalf of the city. And yes, I did kind of draft my own contract because the city attorney does not represent me. The city attorney represents the city. In my contract negotiations, I'm not going to ask him to draft the language, and he is not there representing me or my interests. So drafting my own language as a proposal to be negotiated is the correct thing to do. Additionally, because I am an ethical person, I have an email from Mr. Francis in which I asked him to review the language I drafted for one of the addendums, confirming that it matches what was discussed and agreed to by the city commission. And I asked him to make sure that it met with his expectations and approve it. I'd be happy to provide that to you if you don't already have it. I also find numerous issues with what you've stated in section 9, but the only thing that I'm going to address is the seating arrangement issue. As I stated then, as I'll state again today, it was never about the seating arrangement itself. It was about the lawful authority, and I still believe it was right then as I am now. The mayor did not have the authority to tell me to rearrange the commissioner's seats. I did not have the authority to tell the commissioners where to sit. I work for the commission. I do not work for the mayor. And the commissioners do not work for the mayor. Questioning my quote, truth and honesty based upon the situation is disingenuous at best. If I recall correctly, in the end, it was the commission majority that voted to allow the mayor to set their seating arrangements. The mayor did not make that decision and force it upon the commission, nor did I. Finally, for comments made in section 7 about the fire truck and police vehicles, we ordered them in advance because these types of purchases must be carefully budgeted for, and those orders can take years to fulfill, literally. We ordered a fire truck 2 years ago, and it's still not here. So yes, we have to order these vehicles in advance because the alternative is that we end up with broken down vehicles and we cannot replace those for extended periods of time. That's not fiscal irresponsibility, it's just how government works. We have to order things in advance or we risk having broken equipment for our first responders. Our purchases and our projects tend to run in the lengths of years, which is why we have CIPs. And we can't just stop by the local car dealership and bring a fire truck home. But more importantly, as the overall statement's made here, this actually makes me quite upset. The way I read this, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, you seem to be implying that the purchase of fire trucks and police vehicles for public safety is somehow currying favor, that's a quote, with city staff. I'm offended by that. You can attack me in this review and in the public if you want, but that statement is implying that the city staff, in particular, our police and firefighters, that their loyalty and whether they like working with me is somehow contingent on buying nice things and being, quote, Santa Claus in July. Not only do I think that that statement is wholly untrue, but I doubt that you've asked the police chief or the fire chief their opinions on that statement that you made. I'll reserve my comments about Commissioner Petrie, even though she had quite a lot to say. Ms. Glissman, a few points. For the bids mentioned in section 5, the staff actually do aim to get 3 bids for our projects. However, it is not, or it is more and more common that we are unable to get 3 bids. I'd love to get 3 or more bids on everything, but many of our projects in the last couple of years have received 2 or more, 2 or even just 1 bid, and sometimes no bids at all. Unfortunately, I can't just create bids out of thin air. If the commissioner has a suggestion for how to get more companies to bid, my staff and I would be happy to hear about it. And the city's purchasing policy actually requires only 1 bid, not 3. In section 7, you mentioned wearing a suit and tie. I'm sorry, I didn't wear a tie today. Which is interesting because you've never once commented to me about that in the 3 years I've been on the board. You know, I do have ties, I think, or suits. I think I've got too fat for all of them though, so I'll have to go try them on. So, you know, if you're interested and concerned about the dress and attire of everybody up here for commission meetings, I think that's great. I'd be happy to help you write it, and we could have a commission meeting dress code policy drafted for all of us that the board can then discuss and approve. That way we'll all know what our dress code expectations are during meetings, and I think having men wearing suits and ties would be a very professional look. You mentioned that the commission is focused on family values and healthy environment, which is great because I agree with those things. But you didn't state anything in particular that you thought the commission wants to do to uphold family values and a healthy environment. So maybe we can discuss that further. You mentioned that I was somehow doing mayoral functions under the previous manager, the previous mayor, but you cited no examples. And I would state, and again, Mayor Marquardt can certainly state her own things, but I think Mayor Marquardt would dispute that claim. We had a different working relationship, but no way was it trying to be mayor. I'm also not sure what you mean when you say that I don't work with the school district or the county. I have a good, healthy working relationship with both Matt Laundrie and Moses Sanzo. And our county commissioner, Brad Hagedorn, I work with him on a regular basis. I believe he's in the back room. You can ask him that question yourself. But, I've been talking for a while, so I'm going to wrap this up. The majority of the commission stated many times that I act as the city attorney. This has been repeated countless times, and at this stage, I just don't know how many times I have to deny it. I'm not the city attorney. I don't try to act as the city attorney, and you can ask Mr. Francis about our working relationship on the work that he does. The charter authorizes the city manager to undertake a number of functions and duties on behalf of the city, and I've never knowingly or intentionally strayed outside of those functions or duties. I'm also not going to apologize for having an education or a background that I have. Some city managers are also attorneys. That's not a situation. And yes, I do think that cities find it helpful if their managers have a legal background. If the commission cannot see the ways in which having legal knowledge is helpful, I can't fix that either. But the majority of the commission seems to be stuck on an assumption that my motivation in everything I do is somehow to act as the city attorney, or I guess mayor. That's simply not true. I haven't actively worked as an attorney in almost a decade. I've committed myself to public service in the local government as a city manager. Yet this commission and the mayor have spent months, some years, criticizing me for essentially existing as someone with a bar license who happens to have knowledge of the law in my head. I genuinely don't know how to address that to the commission's satisfaction at this point. Either I have to magically remove knowledge from my head, or we grind city business to a halt so that each and every single decision comes to the commission for their decision at a public meeting. At some point, the commission has to trust that the work that their city manager and the city staff are doing or on behalf of the government body is fair and true and acceptable. Otherwise, we're going to be incapable of processing routine governmental operations. So given all this, I'll admit, I'm tired, I'm defensive. I believe that I've been very consistent in my efforts to work with this commissioner, with the commissioners, and build relationships with each individual person. From my point of view, most of the commission have made little effort to return any level of trust or being supportive of myself or the city staff. There's little to no acknowledgement of my accomplishments or the positive work that the staff and I have been doing. And the reviews, and then reviews like this get written. Commissioner Glissman, you mentioned in the final pages of your review that a different board hired me, which is true, of course. And yes, the overall objectives of the board changed, and that's how it should work. That's fine. That's what elections are for. But from my view, the current board seems to be judging me from a baseline that I cannot possibly be trusted, or I cannot find a way to work with them because they are not the board that hired me. This is not true, but I cannot fix how commissioners feel. That wasn't a situation that I created, and I believe I have the skills and knowledge to implement the board's goals. Except that frankly, many times I don't exactly know what those goals are. Staff does not get clear direction from the commission. We are not sure what the commission actually thinks about various issues. I find that if I offer an opinion or suggestion, I get accused of acting as the city attorney or mayor or some other position again. Many days I feel like I simply cannot win regardless of what I do. I enjoy almost everything about this job. I'm so grateful each and every day for the city staff and for the hard work that they do. I'm grateful to the many citizens and business owners that I've met over the last 3 years. I've received a ton of support from the staff, citizens, and business owners of Lapeer. And all I need at this point for the city to move forward is support from the city commission. That's all I got. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Womack, you addressed me and said that I have to answer for a few things. So I'll keep it brief. I'm not going to answer for any of the things that you asked and answer for at this time in order to keep it brief, but I will comment on it. It seems to be that we are in a classic he said, she said situation. It's your word versus mine. You've identified that you believe that I've mischaracterized or lied is your exact words, where I've never made that characterization of you. What I have said is that there's been conflicting information, contradictory, and I've asked for clarification. I'm not going to get into all of them that you pointed out or tried to accuse me of lying, but just to say that I believe that we definitely have a conflict of communication, and that I've tried to gain that clarity. I think it's been documented, and you have demonstrated time and time again the inability to take accountability with one of your employers. You deny, you attack, and you reverse the victim and offender, making yourself the victim, when all you're doing is being confronted with oversight questions and accountability. Even in that statement, that lengthy statement, not one item in an entire review of over 100 pages, as you just said, did you just take accountability? Not one. You've blamed citizens. You've even stated that we can't find a single person that has a positive remark, when there's been time and time again when we've asked, you've came to us with negative remarks from ghost armies without actual names.
Mr. Mayor.
Towards the
6:31.
commission. And we've asked for the names so that we can respond in kind. And you say, you know, it's very interesting. A lot of people just don't have, they speak up regarding surveys. They speak up when they have something negative to say, but not when they have positive. So I think that probably, your philosophy answers your own question there.
Mr. Mayor, it's
Okay.
6:31.
Confidential and not disclosed, it can be disclosed, and it's been disclosed. It's in the right places.
I call for the orders of the day.
Timing is key. And then your comment, a personal comment.
I call for the
about
orders of the
citizen.
day.
We already discussed that we are going into closed session next, and then we will be starting the regular late. No account of your statement about a personal statement that one of these citizens is my aunt.
For the third time,
is
I call
false.
for the orders of the day, and I submit that to the commission for a vote.
I've made a ruling, so unless you want to appeal it, that's what we'll do.
I didn't hear your,
The ruling is that we're on the orders of the day that we've already discussed, that we're moving forward with the closed session next, and then we will go into the.
I don't feel
the
as though you
regular
had
meeting.
acknowledged
You know
my
what?
calling
He
for the
asked me
orders of the day.
for, he asked me to be, what did he say here? Let's see here.
You had your turn, sir.
No, he asked me, he said the mayor needs to answer these questions.
All in favor of following the orders of the day,
You are
say
not the presiding
aye.
officer,
Aye.
Mr. Brady. You are. out of
All
order.
opposed? The ayes have it.
Mr. Womack, you've made a false statement about the relationship and nature of my relationship with the citizen.
Point of
that
order.
is a subject of a complaint against you.
Point of order.
She is not my aunt by marriage or by blood.
Point of order, sir.
There was a time I viewed her in such a way, but I don't have a relationship of that kind. A lot of your statements
Mr.
and
Attorney,
answers towards me were
called
geared
3
toward
times.
reframing
The
and
commission voted in
mischaracterizing
favor.
situations. Mr.
He
Brady, you
can't
are
continue
out
to
of
chair
order.
this meeting. It's in
Mr. Brady, you are out of order. Madam Clerk, please. That is now the second time that I've had to address Mr. Brady for being out of order and dilatory. Thank you. Ms. McCarthy?
I just wanna qualify that a call for the order of the day is a privileged motion by which a member can require that somebody to conform to its agenda, program, or order of business, or take up a general or specific order that is due to come up at the time, unless 2/3 of the voting wish to do otherwise. However, you're on topic. He asked you to respond, and while people are rolling their eyes out there, he asked you to respond, and we're still within this employee evaluation. I mean,
How many times are we gonna go back and forth?
We're not going back and forth, but you know what?
I'm hoping it.
I was asked to respond, so that's what I'm doing. And I was trying to keep it brief, and it is becoming long because of this.
I would ask Mr. Womack if he was making a,
Mr. Womack, in order to get anything positive out of your evaluation, in order to improve moving forward, it would be my advice in the future, when you receive constructive criticism and room for improvement, even if the constructive criticism is, in your view, inaccurate, it would do you well to speak to your employer in a respectful and professional manner, rather than accuse them of lies, and just take the advice and try to improve. That is the nature of an employment relationship. I'll address one final bullet point that you asked and answered for. and a statement that the staff does not get clear direction from the commission. And by staff, the only person that we direct is the city manager, and I've addressed this on record, on camera, in previous meeting in real time. Mr. Womack, we only give you direction through motion by action in an open meeting. It is very clear. It is voted on, even if the vote is in some way split in some form, 3-2 or 4-1. When a vote carries, a motion carries, you have your directive. It's very clear. And I've invited you that if there is a commissioner on this board that is giving you directive, conflicting directive from action taken in an open meeting, to bring it to our attention so that we can address it. These are the types of things that I do inside these emails. These are the types of things that I do inside of open meetings. These are the types of things that I do inside of phone calls with you. And you fail to produce the exact specifics of these claims that you make in front of the public to disparage this commission time and time again. I'm done. Ms. McCarthy, you seem like you were ready to say something. Or is there anybody else? Mr. Atwood. All right, then I guess we are moving on to the B1. Ms. McCarthy.
I would like to make a motion to enter into a closed session to discuss a written legal opinion as permitted under section 8H of the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268H.
Is there support?
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Glissman to enter into closed session for written legal opinion. We'll take roll call.
Commissioner Glissman.
I have a question.
Yes.
Sure. Question first.
Is this concerning Bodman 1 or Bodman 2?
This would be for engagement to the workplace investigation.
Okay, and is the written opinion on file with the clerk?
I believe it's being delivered to us today
So it will be on file with the clerk today?
contemporaneously. Is that?
Yes, I have it here.
Yes, thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Atwood?
I guess is it Mr. Graves going to be doing the Bodman too?
The Bodman 2 is complete by a separate independent attorney. Would you like to speak to that answer? I'm not sure
Was
what.
that independent attorney here?
No. She's not here. We have a written memorandum for you to read.
Could that have been given to us through email, attorney-client privilege?
Could have, yeah,
Why was it not?
because it was decided to give it to you here today.
Who made that decision?
I don't know if there was a particular decision made on that.
I think we were
Was
just
that the
following.
client made that decision, or?
We were following normal protocol. This is what, Mr. Francis, in all the closed sessions where you have delivered a closed session memorandum to us, have you ever emailed any of us? I'd be interested in this answer because I know I haven't received one in all of my tenure here.
I have not emailed the commission, that is correct.
Okay, so that's normal.
Yeah, occasionally I've emailed the clerk to print out and review.
Okay.
For print.
In general, I'll say the same thing. When I've done it in the past, it's been on the spot and I'll review it.
Any other discussion? Mr. Womack, I see you over there.
Yeah, just, of course, I know this is about me. Am I being invited to the closed session or am I being excluded from the closed session?
You'd be excluded.
I'm sorry, follow-up question. Is this a majority vote or is this a 2/3 vote to go into closed session?
2/3 of the entire body. Sorry, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So whenever we have a closed session, we have to have a 2/3 majority vote to go into that closed session. If you want to talk about SDRK, if you want to talk about a Teamsters contract, we have to have a 4-5 or a 3-2 or a 4, yeah.
Not every closed session, for example, Mr. Womack's request would have fallen under a majority vote, but to review under attorney-client privilege information under sub H, it's a 2/3 vote. There's specifics that are 2/3.
All right,
It's MCL 15.267 sub 1.
that's fine. I have no idea what's going to be discussed, so
Mayor, may I?
Yes.
It doesn't matter what's being discussed. The purpose of the meeting is to review the written opinion of legal counsel, council president, which falls under sub H. Mr. Womack had the right to ask under his evaluation, which falls under not sub H, which it's a majority.
Very good.
I have one more question.
Go ahead.
So then, if we were in a closed session and Mr. Womack was not allowed to participate in closed session, he is allowed to participate in this meeting because it's open then, if we can't get the 4-5 majority.
Correct. I don't know what the commission will do if this vote does not pass, whether it will proceed with I don't know what the intent is there, but it would be in an open meeting.
Thank you.
All right. Very good. Any other discussion? All right, let's have a roll call vote.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
Commissioner Brady.
No.
All right. So we'll do this in open session.
I would recommend that it not be done in open session to protect the city.
All right. Yes, go ahead.
Unfortunately, we will never get to a 4/5. One commissioner has a family emergency and 2 commissioners will refuse to go there. And you will never get to the other side of that river.
It's the commission's choice whether they want to go against my advice.
I'm not trying to be difficult.
No, I'm
but
not
we're
either. I'm
already-
just-
But this doesn't come to fruition unless we hear what the opinion is. And so without the opinion,
Well, there's a remedy to that.
thank you.
We've come prepared with redacted versions of it, haven't we?
No.
No. Okay, I was under that assumption. All right, so there's no redacted versions, but for those who are, let me put it this way to the gentlemen who are keeping us from going into closed session so that they can receive a legal product that they are entitled to. You are also entitled to call me at any time or Ms. Petrie on this particular item because we voted to have the 2 of us as point of contact severally. Which means that you could have called either one of the 2 of us and asked us what the update status is or what's going on and has the product been delivered and what is your opinion of it? Can I have any input on that? Can I have a read of it? Or any of that kind of stuff, which other commissioners have taken their privilege to do so and they've done so. So they have the ability to make a motion today on that information and you don't. Would you like to rethink the vote to go into closed session?
Are we really gonna have this conversation again?
Yeah.
Just because you guys are calling each other on the phone over this matter doesn't mean I feel comfortable doing that because I feel like it's not appropriate. Everything I've ever done here, whether it's hiring a special attorney, is done in closed session where our city attorney will be back there, recommend somebody, the commission communicates with each other, we come out here, we make a decision as a body, as a client. We've never, ever made someone a point of contact. Not, I could be wrong, okay, that might be a mistake. As far as I remember, we never have. What that has done is created a situation where I had no idea that he was gonna be here today. I think it'd be appropriate, as you as the chair would have told us, so we could prepare questions, as Commissioner McCarthy had a hand up in this, because she knew he was gonna be here. Shame on me for not asking if he was gonna be here, but all I see is a written opinion. That's all, so I'm under the assumption, operating on the assumption, as the client, we're gonna receive a written opinion from Bob. I didn't know Bob was gonna be here, all right? So I'm a little irritated that you would once again bring up something that we've talked about, and you said I threatened you with a comment, and I'm not gonna repeat that comment so I don't get corrective actions against me for the third time. This is not how we handle city business. If we're gonna put Mr. Womack, our employee, on a program, that happens after we collect the information. That happens after we have a city manager review. We meet and discuss in closed session on what we're gonna do with Mike if we feel like he needs some corrective action and put him on a plan. Then we come out here, we come up with it, right? This is backwards. You hired Bodman, or you had the commission hire Bodman prior to the evaluation. It's all backwards. And now we're here, we've asked for Mr. Bodman or Mr. Graves to come, we made motions to get him to come here. No, you guys voted against it. And now you want us to accept this when I don't even know what it's about. I don't even know why we hired Bodman too. You might know, right? I don't even know how it got to be to hire Bodman too.
We've
I
discussed
don't
this in
know.
open meeting.
Who contacted you
That's-
to hire Bodman?
You can't do that in an open meeting. and
You don't
violate
have to
someone's
say who
privilege. An
was it.
employee made a,
Well, let me tell you, on the phone call when we originally had a conversation, you said something to me. I said, you better not say that information. You better not have any commissioner say that. And then you divulge it in an email and you say the time, the date, and the reference on what it is. So you want me to contact you on some sort of trust level? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You weaponize everything I say. I emailed Mr. Graves for not even bossing him around, but just information. Is there still work being done? We haven't had a bill since March. Where are those bills? Is there still work being done?
How much does this meeting cost you?
Mr. McCarthy.
So, no, I'm not going to change my mind. He can email us so I can be properly prepared for a discussion when we opt to go into a closed session. But
You're the
until that
reason you're
time,
not properly prepared, Mr. Atwood. Okay? You've been
this is
given
the same
ample
conversation
opportunity to
that
be
we
prepared.
had months ago. The same exact one where you said I don't have enough information and I said I don't have any information and I still don't have any information and you're blaming me for that.
You see what this is? This is our,
That's a
this is
packet.
our packet. What's in it?
Information
Okay, in,
that's available to the public.
yes. But when the information isn't available to the public, what do?
We originally find out why we hired Bodman to begin with in a closed session appropriately.
But what is information when it comes to us in an email? It's still information outside of the open meeting.
Mr. Francis.
When did you get
also
this packet?
Mr. Francis also emails us attorney-client privilege, which means if we talk about that email, we are in trouble. So I don't understand.
Wait, what's the laughter about? That's one of our rules if we go on a closed session.
I'm done.
No one's
I'm done.
talking, no one's talking about it. No one's deliberating and
I
doing
didn't
business.
say that. I said if I talk about attorney-client privilege that he sends me, I'm in trouble.
Yeah, if you talk about it and
So
do
why
business
why
and
couldn't
release it to the
Bodman email
public.
us? You don't trust me enough that I would divulge this written opinion from the Bodman firm.
This is the contradiction.
I've been here 11 years.
Mr.
And
Brady,
you don't
Mr.
trust
Atwood.
me to.
You're right, I
handle
don't
attorney-client privilege.
trust you.
Then why would I want to trust you in a one-on-one conversation?
I don't trust you because you've demonstrated a lack of trustability.
Ditto.
And you've done so
I don't want to prolong
time and time
the
again.
meeting here, but
But,
I'm not changing.
but I'm willing to work with you. And I've offered to have you sit with me and get this information. You're asking for the
I don't
information. You've been
feel
given an
comfortable.
avenue to get the information and you refuse to do it.
I-
I'm willing to work with you.
I do not feel comfortable doing that. That's my comfort zone. Whether I can or can't, I don't know, but I don't want to do that.
That's a
because I
choice.
feel it's wrong.
No, that's a choice. That's a choice and you're responsible for why you're not prepared.
Show me in the charter where we can make decisions and guide as a
We didn't
client
make decisions.
individually with the point of contact outside of City Hall. Please show me and then I will meet with you. If
We,
that's
we made a
absolutely
motion
okay.
to, we made a motion to coordinate and communicate and appoint ahead.
That is what we did. There is no decisions being made outside of that. Ms. McCarthy.
Yes. Bodman too, you were not here for that meeting. You did not attend, and you were not a participant in the vote to hire Bodman too. The fact that you weren't there or did not participate does not mean that you're not held to the decision that we as a city commission, the majority voted for. The topic was a sensitive topic. We had an employee here make a harassment claim, as Mr. King mentioned. Mr. King,
He did not mention.
he did in the meeting. He said it straight up in the meeting. As a matter of fact, he said, if anybody wants to FOIA this, because I'm uncomfortable saying it, you will find out the word that was in front of harassment. So it's FOIAble. It's public. It was a sexual harassment claim that an employee made. You protect the people. What if it's wrong? What if it's not true? Why should anybody risk their reputation and we sully them by putting it out in the public? You weren't here. He stated that.
Point of order, is that attorney-client privilege?
No,
It's
it was
public.
part of the motion.
It was part of the motion.
She
And
just
so-
used the term sexual harassment.
Yeah, and it was part of the original motion that was advised by our attorney. And it was modified. Someone went around my email that I submitted to the clerk for the agenda, for the special meeting, and had it modified and slimmed down. And I talked to Mr. Francis about that modification. Ms. Francis, do you remember that conversation?
I remember we discussed that.
And once I explained to you that that was something that was recommended language, and gave you the context for the language, you then said, oh, well, then it could have stood on its own. In that respect.
I remember having the discussion, Mayor.
And it didn't have to be modified. Right. And so when we came
Was
to
that
the
your
meeting, I addressed the fact that it was modified without my knowledge, and that I would read most of it, and I left one word out, which Commissioner McCarthy just let out, but it wasn't protected in the first place. Go ahead.
Is this the
You
second or third time?
stated in the meeting that there was a word missing and that you could FOIA it to figure out the word.
Mm-hmm.
So now we're sitting in a situation where we need to get the legal opinion. And,
The commission decided no.
well, that's what you all decided.
Yeah.
But so
No,
now.
that's what two
we can
members
either-
decided.
That's perfect.
Yep.
So now we can discuss this publicly.
Yep.
And that's your choice.
Are you making a motion?
I'm not. I'm telling you, no, I didn't say I'm making a motion. Please stop interrupting. You are forcing us to either walk away from this, which is what you didn't want to investigate, a harassment claim. You voted no the last time. And we needed to get an investigation done. We are obligated, legally obligated to investigate this. And we are legally obligated to protect everyone, the person who made the claim, the person it was against. You don't go and smear someone because you like to spill the tea. Because you want to have full transparency, not at the cost of the employees. You're the first one to crow how you worry about the employees, and you're the first one
Mr. Mayor?
to pull these issues. I'm sorry, I'm disappointed in you and I'm losing respect. It's what little respect I had left. It was required that we investigate it. And now, instead of being able to get the legal opinion, we're having our hands tied again. And it's frustrating up here because, again, it's just very frustrating. And I see people out there rolling their eyes and they're all frustrated. You think you're frustrated, sit back here and know what we know and deal with what we have to deal with and not be able to get from point A to point C. I'm not saying point A to point Z, I'm just saying try and get a few steps ahead so we can put this behind us and have the legal opinion. So if you want to full Monty it and open up the emperor's robes and smear the employees in here, that would be an option that we could do. Is that what you want to do? Or would you rather hear the opinion so that we can get it behind
Is
us?
she allowed to mischaracterize my motives?
or?
I'm not mischaracterizing, I'm giving you
She
options.
asked a question.
You either allow us to hear
Do you
it,
want to do that or not?
do you or don't you? Because if we go open public, then we could potentially be smearing employees. That's not fair. So why wouldn't we go into the closed meeting, hear what he has to say, come out, and then it's done?
Mr. Mayor.
The
Yes.
delays are
Well-
overwhelming. I'm done. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
My intention is to just get it from the clerk afterwards. He's required to file it with the clerk. I'll just read it on my own. I don't want to be bound by closed session non-disclosure.
I know you don't.
Yeah.
I know, that's your MO. You don't like to be bound at all.
Mr. Mayor, point of order. That's her third time. You have to rule on it, just like you've been ruling on mine.
I
Make the
apologize,
clerk
Mr.
write
Mayor.
down what she
I
did.
apologize.
Oh, shh to me, because now we're doing the
Point of-
rules for
point
everybody.
of
Sorry,
order.
yep.
Point of order sustained. That would be section, I think it was E7, E6. Madam Clerk, D6. My apologies. The section D6. I'll sustain it.
Yes, Mayor.
Yes,
May I speak?
yes, please.
I'm looking out here to the citizens, residents who are probably wondering what's going on. This is a very serious matter. It involves employees of the city of Lapeer and our city manager. I think it's really important that we do go into closed session. I know the gentlemen don't want to do this. They would just as soon maybe drop it. I don't want to have to discuss it publicly. It's very sensitive. You heard the words sexual harassment. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And that's why we had to have a second attorney take care of this and give us their opinion, because that's their expertise. So you can all stay in the dark, or we can discuss it in public, or we can just give it to Ramona and you all can FOIA it. But it's not fair to the employees.
No FOIA.
If you were,
No,
you can't FOIA
it's
it?
attorney-client privilege.
Oh, okay, sorry, I'm ignorant on some things. But it is really a serious matter, and I don't want the employees to be hurt. And if it ends up being nothing, I don't know what the attorney has said. I don't want Mr. Womack to be hurt. What we really want is the truth. But I still want to protect the Lapeer City employees, folks. You just have to trust that part of it. That if you were an employee somewhere and something happened to you and you went to a boss, you wouldn't want that on public display either. So think about yourself as an employee. What would you want? You don't want your name smeared, and you don't want people going back and forth. I almost feel like this is the movie, The War of the Roses. And you know how that ended. So folks, I'm just saying, we really would like to go into closed session, get this over with, and see where it takes us. And I have no malice towards any of the employees, nor do I have malice towards Mike Womack. Just want to know the truth.
There's just a point of clarification that might need to be made here on this topic. If we opt to discuss any of this in an open session, do we still stay bound? This is for either of the attorneys, but probably directed at you, Mr. Graves. Are we still bound to the type of confidentiality and protection for the employees for those types of specifics as we discuss it? For example, if they chose because part of the commission doesn't want to go in closed session, could you hand it across the dais, the memo? Can we review it and make a motion and still not give our privilege to the public?
Once it's out publicly, you waive privilege.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brady.
Yeah, it's not my intention to do this here and now in the meeting openly. It's crazy talk. We don't want to do that. We got here, we had a special meeting called at 4 o'clock to review the city manager. It's 7 o'clock right now. This got thrown on the agenda totally without any input from myself, or I'm assuming Mr. Atwood. This has been going on for 2 months. It can certainly wait. There's no need for us to go into closed session right now. It's not an emergency. No one's in danger. I will not be forced into something against the vote of the commission. We are now discussing at length a failed motion. And unless another motion is made, we should adjourn. We should take a brief recess and we should get back in here for our regularly scheduled meeting that's due half an hour ago.
Thank you for your opinion, Mr. Brady.
You're welcome.
I'm going to note that you said no one is in danger. And I will note that you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know what's at the bottom of this. You don't know if it's true or if it's false.
Then you had better do your due diligence as the mayor to
Yeah,
call the
you're
police chief
opting
into
to-
action
you're
right
opting
now
to
to preserve.
You're opting to prolong something that has severe implications. And you don't know what the other end of it is.
Motion to adjourn.
That's your choice.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Yes, Mr. Graves.
Okay, Tom?
Yes.
So what I will say is that, and this is just boilerplate law here with regard to employee relations. Once you have a complaint of improper workplace conduct, your obligation as an employer is to do an investigation of that complaint, which has been done, and then to take prompt and appropriate remedial action. The longer you delay, the more risk you put the employer in. So the more risk you put the city in, the more risk you put
I'm
the
available
employees in.
tomorrow at 6:30.
That is expressly unreasonable, and you know that. And what you are doing is justifying your decision to not act promptly and appropriately. And you are risking the city. You are putting us in serious liability and risk. And you're doing it knowingly, and you're doing it intentionally, and so are you. And you should know better, touting your 11 years. And it's disgusting. Mr. Womack.
Sir.
You don't have the floor, Mr. Womack does.
Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, because of course I'm going to give you the opportunity to walk back your comment just a minute ago. Are you stating or implying that I present a danger to anybody?
No, I am not stating or implying that you present a danger. I'm saying they don't know what's on the other end of a closed session material in legal opinion, and it could be, we don't know. That's not mine to say. But as Mr. Graves had just stated, the nature of the claim that was brought, true or false, requires prompt and appropriate action. And these two stand in the way of it intentionally and puts this city at risk if there's something.
So your statement is that you don't believe I'm a danger at this point?
My statement is, I don't know, because we can't get into closed session. That I'm not going to comment on it until it can be fully disclosed in the appropriate channels. Or if the appropriate channel is that we just go ahead and make it public. Because that would be prompt and appropriate action. And I think we could probably get a majority for that. Mr. Atwood.
It's kind of a threat, I would feel.
No, that's
But you're
the
also
circumstance
stating, I have
of
the floor,
procedure.
thank you. You're also stating right now that me and Brady are standing in the way of a serious allegation. That is not true. There's different avenues of us to have the information. For all I know, you already have it, and also the mayor pro tem, which gives you a leg up in whatever is going on. You knew he was going to be here, right? It's imperative that we do it on the city manager review for some odd reason.
Could have done it before the review. The way it
So
was laid.
if we can spin things, which apparently we are, you can spin it the other way. And know that I care deeply if something has happened. But to sit here and gaslight me and Commissioner Brady for the last 20 minutes to go into a closed session on Hines, that this is very important, that we're putting the city at risk, is, I find, very inappropriate. And he already said he could have given us the memo in attorney-client privilege, which means it's attorney-client privilege, which means we have the information and we cannot talk about it. Which means we could have went into a closed session, and me and Commissioner Brady would be like, absolutely, we need to go into a closed session. But I do not want to go to a closed session because I don't trust the process that has happened from day one with Bodman 1 and Bodman 2. It's not because I don't care about the staff. You're mischaracterizing my motives, and I don't appreciate that. Can I have the clerk note that you're mischaracterizing mine and Mr. Brady's motives here?
No.
Because I think you are.
No.
And I would appreciate it
I have not
if we can move
mischaracterized
on
motives.
and either decide as a board if we can get this memo sent to us in an email, attorney-client privilege. Unless there's something else going on here that you guys want to get done tonight before we go the next portion of the city meeting.
Ms. McCarthy.
First of all, I'm gonna ask if I can talk more than twice, because this is a special meeting, it isn't. And we're still on the topic, so I am asking for a third time, because I have 2 points I wanna make. Am I allowed to do that, Mr. Mayor? Would you grant me to be able to do that?
Yeah, we're not on a motion because it already,
So we're not on
yeah,
a motion.
so go.
All right, first of all, when you have a legal opinion, at least when we get together to hear legal opinions, and maybe I'm wrong, but I make an assumption that Mr. Francis is going to provide us the legal opinion and be there to give us his verbal overview. So to assume that you're going to have a legal opinion and it's gonna be handed to you so you can just like do whatever and not have the attorney who's related to it, that just seems to me that that's being a little myopic about the whole thing. The second thing is that we have had a problem where emails, which are FOIable, have been leaked out without FOIAs. We have had other issues that have happened that undermine the trust of city commissioners between us. And I'm going to give an example so that I'm illustrating on point that trust. I recently received an email that was from a city commissioner to Mr. Womack. Showed up on my mailbox, but my name was nowhere on that. How did I get that email? Well, because they had blind carbon copied everyone so that we all got to see it, but it never was really sent to us. My point would be that it could be sent to anyone as a blind carbon copy. It's not real transparent. I did call Mr. Francis on it. He stated he likes the blind carbon copy because then if someone is foolish enough to not remember that they're a city commissioner and they decide to then break OMA and start responding to the email, it kind of captures their behavior so that they don't break OMA. It's kind of like guardrails to be an adult. The problem is that when we practice that, and I do not like that practice, because we're all adults and should understand, you don't know where those emails are going. And that's one of the things that we have happening is that I have emails coming into my email box that my name's not on. It's between 2 other people. I could take that email and I could give it to Mr. Hagedorn over there, because he's a nice guy in the back. Or I could give it to Kenneth over there. Or I could give it to Mr. Bird over there. That's not transparency. So when people say, well, I'm really upset, you don't trust me. Well, there's kind of a history of why the city commission has a lack of trust. Please forgive us that we do, but there have been behaviors that we've had over the last 7 to 8 months that undermine trust between us. That's just one example, but we've had more. And so it's frustrating. I would just, I would entertain a motion for us to decide that we move forward and we just get it behind us. And we try not to name the employees within the city. so that we can get what was found out, put it behind us, move forward. Because I believe if we were to postpone this issue till tomorrow, next week, to Tuesday of the 4th month, we're still in the same situation where they're not gonna go to a closed meeting.
This won't be acting promptly and appropriately.
I'm done.
Mr. Francis, again, just for the record, getting a written legal opinion in a closed session that you normally don't email to the full commission, is that a process that warrants mistrust? Is that a process that you carry out regularly?
Mayor, I'll answer that. I'm doing it later tonight. I do both though. When
Yeah.
I'm not intending upon discussing something in closed session, it goes to the clerk, attorney-client privilege.
Okay.
Closed session, I generally bring it and don't send it in advance, except for maybe to Ramona to print.
And we're gonna do that very thing later tonight that we were
Perfect.
just heard from another commissioner
You
is
have-
untrustworthy.
You have not seen my opinion that it is potentially going to be on closed
Okay.
in the 7 o'clock meeting,
All right.
6:30.
All right, thank you, Mr. Francis. Mr. Brady.
Yeah, I have a statement and a question, and then, so, Ms. Sanchez, did I come to see you today, earlier this afternoon?
Yes.
With the question of, may I see the paperwork presented by Bodman PLC? And was it accurate that you did not have it in your possession at that time?
Correct.
Do you have it in your possession at this time?
No, I do
Okay.
not.
Mr. Hain, how long has this report been complete?
15th.
Since the 15th?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Hain, you've held onto this paper for 5 days.
In lieu of this meeting, I immediately requested the clerk put it on the agenda.
Okay, I would argue that I'm no more delaying the process than you did. You should have. Our charter says that all written opinions must be filed with the clerk. As soon as that was made, you had the opportunity to file with the clerk. I would have had 5 days upon receiving the agenda to do my due diligence and be prepared for this meeting. But instead it was withheld from the city for 5 days.
Mr. Francis, is the opinion that you're bringing to us today in the later closed session, is it on file with the clerk?
You keep going back to him about that thing. We're talking about this thing. You had yours for 5 days. Why don't
You
you
don't
have
have the floor, so stop. Mr. Francis?
This one, no, I printed out my own copies.
Okay, so the characterization that I believe Mr. Brady's trying to make here is that I'm somehow doing something wrong. But yet I keep asking Mr. Francis if these are normal procedures and is this normal for him to do? And I keep finding out he does the very same thing. In fact, this very night in this meeting, the very same procedures are being carried out. So I'm not going to hear any more mischaracterizations that impugn my motives or the way that I do the procedure. Mr. Atwood.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to make a motion that we get the written opinion that Bodman has brought, emailed to us, with the attorney-client privilege.
Support.
We have a motion by Mr. Atwood, support by Commissioner Brady. Any discussion? Mr. Atwood?
I would assume that if you got the information on the 15th and this was a serious allegation, that we would have met immediately to go into a closed session and discuss this.
Yeah, it seems like you were looking for a response there.
No,
Yeah, it is a
this is a
serious
statement.
allegation.
Mr. Mayor.
It is a serious allegation, which is why we immediately held a special meeting to engage with the investigation. And when the results came in, I immediately had the clerk on notice that it was going to be in the agenda. I told her that something was coming and what's the last date that I need to get in there, and I coordinated to make sure that we had Mr. Graves present. There's no way that we were gonna have a meeting. It was delivered to me on a Thursday. There's no way we're gonna have a meeting the next Friday and have our labor attorney on contract out here and pull staff all the way in here on their day off. So it was coming for the next meeting, and that's what I chose to do based on that coordination. This is the soonest possible. This is prompt and appropriate action.
I just asked for it tonight as a motion. Attorney-client privilege.
Yeah, but you're gonna delay the process in order to do that.
That's prompt, that's asking
Yeah.
for it today.
Yeah. You're asking for it today. And then you're gonna, and then
I call
what
the
are you
question.
gonna do with that?
Read it.
You gonna take action on it?
It's attorney-client privilege. And it's not on the next agenda, which we're past 6:30.
Ms. McCarthy?
Is there any way for us to, is it printed anywhere that we can take a moment to read it and then go back to a vote to see if we want to go into a private conversation, a private meeting to discuss it? I'd like to get it off the agenda. I would like it not to be that we come back tomorrow and then we're at a standstill again. And so if we could read it, if there was a printed copy somewhere that we could read, then we could decide if we feel that we're comfortable going into a closed meeting. If not, it's never gonna happen. I mean, it's just.
I have printed copies for all the commissioners.
You'd be
Pardon?
you'd be waiving attorney-client
I-
privilege.
He has copy. I'm not saying you read it out loud. He has.
You would be waiving attorney-client privilege. You would not want to do that.
Would we be waiving it if you let them read it before they decide to go into the meeting?
I don't believe, I'm not a municipal attorney. If you read it here and don't voluntarily divulge it, you're just reading it, it's in your head, not reading it out loud, it's confidentiality is maintained.
Didn't you say
Is
earlier?
that your
the,
understanding, Mr.
waiving
Baptist?
attorney-
Yeah,
If you release it.
Oh,
My bad, sorry.
yes, I agree, Mayor.
okay, thank you. So you have two attorneys that agree that that's permissible. Ms. McCarthy, is that what you would like?
I'm trying to get this resolved so we can move through. and we're
Mr.
not here
Atwood, would
till
that
midnight.
satisfy? Would you consider maybe a friendly amendment to your, actually, it wouldn't be do we need to have a motion for something like that? I think we could just
I don't know, ask them.
take a minute and pass it up. Let's do that. I don't think we need a motion for
We
that.
have a motion open right now with a,
Yeah, and this is, I mean, we can
but I think
vote
we
on
have
that.
to do, we have to.
We
use
can
it.
still do it. They can get the email, but they can also get a printed copy right now in their hands. Let's take the vote.
She doesn't like the email because you got those carbon copy things.
Yeah. No, I think that, well, then we vote it down. Let's take the vote so we can get off the table and move forward.
The email or the?
The email,
We're not-
because that's what we have unless you want to withdraw your motion.
I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, you're withdrawing the motion. Let's pass out the papers.
I believe he has to. approve it.
Is it, do you have to
I don't know, you call me dilatory about stuff.
just second it or not? It's up to you.
I already did.
No, you seconded the motion.
Yeah.
He just took it, he just.
I don't have to. I could be as
Then
dilatory as I
can we,
want.
then can we? please
Yes,
go
I
to
will
the vote so
remove
we
my
can vote it
support.
down?
I will remove my
Thank you.
support for Mr. Atwood's motion.
All right, then we're gonna pass this out.
Mr. Mayor, motion to recess.
Yeah. You have support?
I did get support.
Support? Okay. There's a motion to recess by Commissioner Brady, support by Commissioner Glissman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Mayor, roughly how long, just for the public to?
This will be 5 minutes. We'll resume at 7:25.
And we'll have the papers, we don't need him in here for us to read those privately. So if you would like to,
Well,
yes.
okay, so you guys can get one and two. Council, would you like a copy?
Please, thank you. Well, actually, I'd leave that up to the commission if the mayor's okay with it.
I'm fine.
Okay.
4, 5. You want to switch with me?
Yes, please, just in case. Thank you, sir.
I kept seeing one before.
I like it.
Go to the conclusion.
I'd like to take them all back. And then if they decide they want to have it, and go and get it, then I'll figure out either mail it or.
Okay.
I'll see what the commission decides.
Oh, yeah, no problem. I'm sorry. I'm going to ask the public if they can quiet down the chatter. I understand that waiting is difficult, but please whisper a little softly. I'm not stopping talk. Continue. but a little quieter. Some of the commissioners are trying to concentrate. Is anyone still reading? If everyone is done reading. Mr. Readiness, McCarthy, do you want to switch seats or stay where you're at?
I like the periphery, but if you want your seat back.
I would like to stay here if you don't mind.
All right,
Thank you.
turn your mic back on, please. And I'm going to hand it over to you, Mr. Graves, because I think that you wanted to preface some context or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, questions could be asked in closed session, but I'll just say, you know, this came about late May. Jeremy called me about a complaint that was had. I basically said it's not something I should investigate. I should remain isolated from it, and I turned it over to my partner Carrie Cahill, whose name is on the report. She did the investigation. I did review the report before it was finalized. I made essentially no changes. There was one typo and a footnote that I pointed out to her. She changed it, so nothing substantive. And the report is what it is. I had no input in it. I had no involvement in it. I think the report speaks for itself. I think it would make sense for the commission to go into closed session to discuss the report and ask any other questions that they might have. But obviously that's up to the commission how they want to handle that. I will repeat that it's something that prompt and appropriate remedial action should be taken.
Okay. Thank you. So it's your opinion that we should go into closed session and discuss it now that we've all had a chance to review it. Mr. Francis, you've had a chance to review it. Did you read it thoroughly?
I did.
All right. Would you concur with that conclusion that it is something that we should go into closed session and discuss, ask
Yeah,
questions?
I think it's of a nature that would be difficult to discuss in open session.
Okay.
If there are questions there.
How about the prompt and appropriate response time?
Yeah, I would leave that up to Mr. Graves.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with what he said.
Okay, very good. All right. With that information, I give it to the commission. Ms. McCarthy.
I move that we vote to move to closed session.
Support.
Mayor, can I
Yes.
ask, I think that's actually a motion to go closed session, not a motion to
closed
vote
session,
into closed
yes.
session. Like,
Oh.
Hey, can you,
Yeah, we
Commissioner,
could
can you
use
state
the,
the reasoning?
we can use the operative, the motion that we had originally, I think, and maybe
I don't have that with me because I moved.
the reason would be discuss.
Confidential legal memorandum.
Okay, right here,
Thank you. I'll read it.
right there.
Okay. I move to enter into a closed session to discuss a written legal opinion as permitted under section 8H of the Open Meeting Act, MCL 15.268H.
Moved by Commissioner McCarthy, support by Commissioner Glissman. Any discussion, Mr. Brady?
Mr. Graves just mentioned appropriate remedial action, but that wasn't outlined or specified in the report. Is there something in mind that we can discuss here? Or is that?
I would like to discuss that. So I think I would advise that the commission consider that a closed session.
How come that didn't make it onto the report?
That was outside the purview of what she was asked to do. She was just asked to make conclusions, not recommendations as to next steps.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Will our attorney come with us?
I think we invited him the first time. It was up to Alan. Or,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was up to Mr. Francis.
Yeah, that's up to the commission. I'll join it unless I'm told not to.
I don't think we need to make a vote for that. The invitation has been extended by Labor Council and by myself as chair, unless the commission feels otherwise and they want to make a motion to keep him out. Mr. Atwood?
I guess I don't feel comfortable, unless Carrie, the person who wrote the report and did the investigation, should be here to do the closed session. I think, no offense, but I wouldn't want anything that happens, for the city to get in trouble if, discussion back there were to interfere with what is happening with this report. I don't know how the person who is engaged with Bodman 1 is also going to go into a closed session with Bodman 2. I'm highly concerned about that.
Mr. Graves, can you answer to that concern?
I don't have concerns because I see it as two separate issues. One, you wanted to have an independent investigation, right? And I'm gonna lay out options for the commission to consider. You'll make decisions based on my recommendations and the options that I give you, or you'll decide to do nothing. That's up to it's not up to me to decide.
I think we have a great opportunity to be having two attorneys in closed session with us to give us options, and it doesn't have to be the attorney that provided the investigation, because that's a distinct matter.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Hain?
Yes. Mr. Brady?
That's a part of my frustration, just to be candid, is, like we hired Graves to do Bodman 1 stuff specifically, and then we hired Bodman under somebody else to do this Bodman 2 stuff. But then here we've got Graves here. I feel like this could have been done a lot better, and we could have been brought in with the process. Are we paying him to be here today? I'm assuming that he's not just here of his own goodwill, right? So is this chipping away at having Mr. Graves here for this Bodman 2 stuff? Isn't that getting billed on the $10,000 Bodman 1 stuff?
I don't know what their billing strategy is in their own office. That's a question for him, but yeah, we're paying him, and we would be paying Carrie if she was here, I'm sure.
I get that, but paying Carrie is under its own separate thing. It's just really messy, just the whole way that it's like presented.
You could say it's messy, but it's following the procedure. I've confirmed with Alan Mr. Francis several times. And, there doesn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary here other than your discontent. Ms. McCarthy.
That felt like a personal dig for no reason.
Would,
Sorry, I was being nice.
You're out of order. She's speaking.
Yep.
Would there be concerns if we were paying for two attorneys to be sitting here and paying with the dollars going up? I mean, I can see the consideration to have one attorney, a senior partner at the firm, bring in both issues to address it, so we're paying one attorney to be here versus paying two. Because this, I'm going to ask Mr. Graves, the attorney who did this sat down and brought you up to speed on this so you could participate versus us having to coordinate two different attorneys to be here at different times. I think that's
in response to, I think that was a question. Yes, I mean, I thought it would be out of the ordinary and excessive to have both Carrie and I, and Carrie's a 20-year, very experienced attorney, knows what she's doing, very good attorney. And that would be rather exorbitant to have two of us here.
Mr. Brady.
Yeah, and I nothing against you, we expressly asked who's gonna handle this, and it was the other person, and then now you're here. It's just confusing to me. I'm willing to go back there and discuss options if I can get an answer from my fellow commissioners to the question, do you already have your mind made up what you're going to do? No, you don't already have your mind made up what to do?
I don't know what the options are to pick yet. I need to hear what they are.
Okay.
I don't ever have my mind made up. I mean, it's up to the commission to talk me into whatever.
Okay. Mr. Heng, do you already have your mind made up what you're trying to accomplish?
No, I have a good idea of what I think our responsibility is, but I would like to hear from Mr. Graves, and we need to go back there to do that.
And have you already discussed options with Mr. Graves or the other Miss Cahill? Cahill?
Yes, I have discussed the wide array of options that could be in, that we should consider, and not in any type of definitive, this is the only, but that there are many. And I'd like to hear them. I'd like all of us to hear them and be able to deliberate.
Okay.
I think we all have personal feelings, and I think after you get the information, you start to lean in a direction, but just like Mr. Atwood said, convince me. Mr. Atwood.
Yeah, might be fiduciary question here, but we haven't had a bill since March, the end of March. I do not know how much money is left in bottom one, and I don't know how much money is left in bottom two. And it is now July 20th. I'm assuming work has been done. We haven't had a bill, so I don't know how much he's getting paid to be here tonight. I don't know how much time we have. I think that is pretty important for the commission to know if it's within the $10,000 or what.
I'm just asking for clarity. Am I to understand that you would forego hearing options as a part of your fiduciary responsibility, but not your call of duty as a city commissioner to address this promptly? I mean, you're weighing one over the other. And so you're saying if there's not money in that pot, then we have to close this out and not deal with it because you think that your fiduciary duty is more important than what might be disclosed in this investigation.
Absolutely, that's not what I said.
Okay. Do we need to have that conversation then? Because it sounds
I
like
think we need
that's
to
not
know.
relevant to the matter at hand, so that's not really
Yes,
germane.
it is. In my mind, okay, I have an idea of what we could do with what I read. I don't think it's an emergency situation. So I would like to know how much money we have left in the budget.
I don't know.
Here's what I'm getting at. Right, it's 8:10. We have an agenda that started at 6:30. We have business that we have to attend to. this is important to me, so stop saying it's not. I would appreciate that. But, I would like to get our business done that we have on the agenda that started at 6:30 that we haven't got to yet. And don't even say that I'm delaying the process, because I know that's gonna be the next comment. But we should know, and there's a reason why we haven't had a bill from an attorney in in a long time. An attorney that doesn't want any money is kind of odd to me. So I would like to know how much we have left in the budget for it. That is my question. Please don't add to it that I'm trying to delay or that I don't care about the situation. I want to know how much is left in the budget. Can this wait? What I'm getting at is, can it wait for another meeting to where we can get on with our city agenda at 6:30? Because what I've been hearing is you want us to get into closed session, you want to do this tonight. From what I read, it is not class 10 emergency. So how much is left in Bodmin 1? How much is left in Bodmin 2? Is tonight, is Bodmin 1 paying for tonight, or is Bodmin 2 paying for tonight?
Mr. Graves, would you like to answer that question? Because I don't have an answer for.
Well, what I mean, I think I've been dealing with both, so I would find an equitable division in the time, or I would split it between the matters.
Fair enough.
Do you know how much?
Exactly.
Are we over the
I would have to
limit?
think about it, but do I know how much total is on matter 2? Matter 2, I think all occurred last night. So I reviewed the pre-bills, but I don't recall what the total on the invoice was.
And is matter 1 over the 10,000?
I can't answer that, I don't know.
Wait a minute, you don't know, and he doesn't know, and we don't know. Ms. Hannah doesn't know. Nobody knows how much we paid for Bodmin.
It would be whatever you're invoiced so far, and then there's, I don't know.
5,000. 5,000 in March,
5,000 in March. Yeah.
May, June, July.
Okay. And there hasn't been much work on it until recently, until preparing for this meeting.
And this meeting, how much are we paying for this meeting?
It would be my time.
$550?
I think you guys, I give you a discount, so.
That's pretty close. It's at least $500.
Yeah.
You say yes.
Yeah, I think we could have done this a lot quicker, but.
Sir, please give it.
Ms. Glisman.
Thank you. I want to be clear about something. If we go into closed session, it gives us an opportunity to discuss it, which we can't do here. But we do not have to come up with the conclusion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we will hear from you, Mr. Graves, some of your suggestions, along with maybe Ms. Cahales, so that we can think about this. We don't have to come up with a conclusion tonight, but I really would like to be in a session with the commissioners and see how they feel about it. But more importantly, I want to see what your suggestions are. Because there's probably a spectrum of suggestions.
So,
Mr. Allen.
so you're kind of agreeing, Commissioner Glissman, you're kind of agreeing with me that we don't have to make a decision tonight. We've read the memorandum. This could wait for a following meeting. Maybe we do a special meeting, I don't know, but we have business to attend to. Still.
But I still would like to know the options today.
And I won't be here.
While he's here.
Ms. McCarthy.
My concern is, he's here, he's on the clock. We hear his feedback and his suggestions tonight. We don't have to make a decision after that, but then he's gone, and you can make your decision, if necessary, at a later date where he's not on the clock. But otherwise, you're paying him for travel time and everything else to come back again. And if concerns about the bill are actual concerns about the bill and not a hesitation to move forward on this, then I would think that we want to at least hear what he has to say so that we have that information to ponder.
Mr. Brady.
Thank you. My point is that I think better practice would have been to go ahead and give us the options ahead of time, that you can write down options. I have a solution. I think it might be one of the options. I'd like to present my solution right now. And if it's one of the options and the attorney gives us, yeah, that was one of my options, and we all want to go that way, we could. I think we could discuss what we want to do about it.
Not out
And
here.
we could discuss options.
I would like to hear all the options so we understand from A to Z. And then you can pick your option out of A to Z, but I don't know what they all are. I don't want to hone in on your suggestion and we don't hear what all of them are. He does this for a living, we don't.
Mr. Mayor, I would request that you would note that Mrs. McCarthy is out of order for a second time this meeting. Maybe the option that we want is the option that we want, and not the one that he tells us. Here's what I think. I think we should formally designate an HR person. And I think we should move to a 360 performance evaluation so that around, right now you have a top-down performance evaluation. I think we should be a 360. I think employees should all do that. If that satisfies the requirements, if that's a reasonable solution, we don't even have to go into closed session. So I would ask, Mr. Graves, does that sound like sufficient? Does that sufficiently meet one of your options to formally designate a different HR employee and to do a 360 performance evaluation?
I think we would have to, I think that could be something that if modified might work, but we'd have to discuss it.
Okay, and we could discuss that right now, right here, without going into closed session.
Could, right? I wouldn't recommend it, but we could.
I don't think all the commissioners want to discuss that in the open. And I think what Ms. McCarthy said, I agree with. Mr. Brady, you're trying to hone in on just what you would like to see done and suppress the opportunity to go in and hear all the options appropriately.
Then I vote no.
Well, Ms. McCarthy, go ahead.
I have serious concerns about some of the things I read in here.
Mhm.
Some of the actions that we're explaining here were a bit of a surprise to me. I would think they might be a surprise to you. I would like to be able to ask some questions about those things that I read and get clarity before I jump into any solution, because I don't understand what was in there completely. So I need to ask a lot more questions, and I'm not going to ask them in the public. That is not fair to the city employees and to Mr. Womack himself and a whole bunch of other things. It's not fair. And you're trying to push this, and I do not understand the hesitation to go in and be able to speak freely with each other and ask some questions for clarity. Why is that such a hang up? Why can't we get clarity so that we know we have answers? It's beyond my comprehension.
Yeah. If we're not going into closed session, which we have not voted yet, I do have an option that I said that I was leaning towards, but I'd like to hear others. And if Mr. Brady is so inclined to share his option as he already has, I will be sharing mine in open session. And then we can take a motion and we'll entertain a motion and then we'll entertain a vote. And nobody will get the opportunity to have the rest of that conversation, because I disagree with Mr. Atwood. And I do believe that this is
Point of order.
An emergency. State your point of order.
You're threatening me and Commissioner Brady and the whole commission here, the same very tactic that we sort of just went through. So I would, we all already know what your motion would be.
Can you tell me what the point of order is, actually, instead of going on? What is the rule being broken?
Dilatory. I'll call myself dilatory. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Call the question.
So I will sustain your point of order that you were being dilatory. Commissioner, all right, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, can you please note that?
called the question, so we'll take a vote.
It wasn't second.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there support for the call to question? There's no support. Mr. Atwood, I'm not threatening you. I'm telling you what the options are if we can't go into closed session. Those are the options, and I gave Mr. Brady the opportunity to express his. I thought that it was unfair and we should go back there and say it all. And if this is how it's going to be, then we have no choice but to express. We'll go one by one and express the options that we think we should do rather than have legal counsel tell us. And then we'll act. Mr. Brady.
I'd like to hear yours.
Okay. Based on what I read, go back in here. I don't think the conclusion is necessarily privileged, but there's some conclusion in there that I think warrants, I mean, Mr. Atwood put it on, it's not a 10 emergency. I'd put it somewhere 7 in my world, 7, 8. I think that's important enough that we go hear some options before we make a decision. Because I feel it's that serious and I'm willing to hear options and be convinced otherwise, and I don't think that your version convinces me, but when Mr. Graves said with modification maybe, I'd like to hear what that modification is. But if not given the opportunity to hear those things, I would move for a suspension without pay pending further investigation.
What would that accomplish? The further investigation?
It would accomplish the opportunity for Mr. Womack to see and hear a memo of the findings, so that he can start preparing for himself a response to whatever we may do, so that we can hear his side of it first before we take definitive action.
He was deposed, wasn't he?
He wasn't, he's not privy to any of what we just read.
Oh, he got interviewed.
Well, yeah, he only knows his side. And he doesn't know the outcome. He needs the opportunity to respond to this. And so we can't take any kind of action without at least acknowledging that. Ms. McCarthy.
Based on the polar opposites of the two different suggestions, would the city commissioners be willing to compromise that we could go into a closed meeting to have a discussion?
We're yet to take the vote. Mr. Brady.
You got a majority vote, Ms. McCarthy. You're actually a swing vote most of the time, if you choose to. Ms. Glissman has expressed her satisfaction with Mr. Womack. I understand this is new information. I want to see some resolution to this. My fear, based on the past 7 months, is that Mr. Hing decides something, and then that's what happens. And so, if you're earnest and honest right now that you want to find a solution that is an actual solution, then I'll go into closed session and we can talk about it. But I have one chip right now, and I'm laying my chip down.
And I thank you for that.
Okay, I'm asking you to put your chip in with me for the good of the city and not just do whatever. He's writing something down right now. It's weird, Pete. That's it. I call the question.
Support.
Call the question. Take a roll call.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood,
Yes.
Commissioner Brady.
Yes.
Commissioner Glissman.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Mayor, that was the call to question
That was
motion.
just a
That
call to
carried.
question. Oh, we
Yep.
got it, we got to the next one.
Let's do
Sorry.
the question was,
Motion.
the motion was entering the closed session for written legal opinion. I think it
Can I
was,
ask the attorney a question first?
sure.
So that motion already didn't pass. Don't they have to amend that motion? It can't be the same.
There's been a change in circumstances with the fact.
So
that
I
you
just
think
put a
that-
change in
Yes.
circumstance? Got it, okay. I'm ready.
Thank you, Mr. Francis, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for the detail.
Commissioner Atwood,
No.
You don't want to go to toast.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Yes.
Motion carries.
It's 2/3, man.
Of That's 2/3 of what we
It's
have here.
2/3 of the full body under the OMA. Full body appointed and serving.
For OMA.
Yeah.
It's the full body or
Yeah,
2/3
I'll
of
read
present?
it. It's a 2/3 roll call vote of members elected or appointed and serving. It's the full body.
Let's hear the options.
All right.
Just ridiculous.
Well,
Unbelievable.
I agree with you, Mr. Brady. Let's hear the options. Is that what the commission wants to do? We can take a vote to hear the options. That way Mr. Graves can feel at ease about our decision.
Yes. Mayor Hay?
Yeah.
Could we get the options from the attorney, Mr. Graves?
Are they in written form, Mr. Graves?
No, I was planning on talking through with you, so that there would be a back and forth of input.
Okay.
It's not necessarily a black and white issue.
Okay. I think at this point, since we can't talk and we can't go into closed session, I'm just gonna go ahead and state that I will entertain a motion to suspend without pay for 3 weeks, effective immediately. And we will set a date, a special meeting date for pre-termination Loudermill hearing. I'll call the public to order. And that we will provide notice to Mr. Womack, that we will give him his copy of the investigation findings. And I have some additional requests, but first that I will entertain that motion, and if one of the commissioners, I'll pass it on down. If one of the commissioners would like to make it and be the maker and be the support, then that's what I'll entertain at this time, being forced into a corner.
Nope.
Mayor Hay, may I say something?
Yes, please.
I'm not comfortable voting on this, for all of you who are waiting to see the outcome here. I'm obviously disappointed that we can't go into closed session so that we can see all of our options from, the attorney. I just think that this is a very important decision to make. And I'm sorry that we're not going into closed session. That's where we should be right now to discuss some of these things. That, as I said before, there's appears to be a spectrum of things that we can do, from nothing to whatever. So I'm just disappointed in what's happening here tonight. You people are really strong people, and we thank you for being here and being concerned about our city. And I feel like you wasted your time tonight, and we will probably have to continue this at another time and cost more money. That's my thoughts.
Mr. Atwood.
I feel like the end result would have been the same whether we went into closed session or not, having a pre-written motion written by yourself, written by the same person who voted him the lowest, written by the same person who wrote the city manager review. I commented 10 minutes ago, we all knew what your motion would be and your idea would be. So you guys can be mad at me all day long, but I have gone into closed sessions before, came out of closed sessions before, and whatever we just talked about in closed session did not happen out here on the podium. So I am trying to protect the city from a future issue. And I don't want it mischaracterized that I don't care about the situation. I don't care about city staff. I'm doing my best here to navigate these murky waters, and I appreciate if you would not snark at my comments. But this is very important to me, and I have to consider the city. And this motion right now that the mayor wrote, the commission doesn't have to approve. So prove me wrong, break rank, and vote against the mayor's suggestion.
Ms. McCarthy.
I didn't.
Nobody made the motion.
Nobody made the motion.
Yeah, so we're
I
not
mean,
voting.
Nobody made the motion.
Well, it will be. I'm assuming it will be.
It's,
Prove me wrong.
it's, you know, Mr. Brady gave his suggestion, I'm giving my suggestion. And I will state that this is the one that if we're not able to go in there and hear all the options, then this is the one I would like to suggest. Because I had other options. And
Show us the other options you wrote up.
I have to give them to you via email,
No,
Mr.
no, I want them right now. You said you had them. Show them to me.
I had other options that I provided to Mr. Graves for review. And
So
they're
you've already
in
talked to
email.
him with other options.
Yes.
And who gave you those options? We're
I
the client.
You know what? Let me
Who
answer
gave you
one
the
question at a
options?
time.
Okay. I'm all ears.
I have
Mr. Mayor, can you
put those
please
options
stop
together.
with the snarky comments
Let me
over
finish
here,
my,
please?
my answers. I don't hear anything from her other than I think some wind, you know, so.
We're already dead.
Yeah, it's hard for me to hear some
Sorry.
things, certain noises and tones. You gotta speak clearly to me, all right? But the point is, when you read something like this, your mind starts going a million miles a minute. I came up with multiple options. I presented them to our labor attorney who is providing this guidance, right?
Who
And
directed you to do that?
I don't need to be directed to do that.
We're the client.
I'm communicating. I was voted to be the communicator and coordinator. I'm asking our labor attorney.
At your discretion.
Did you solicit anybody else's opinions? Like, did you ask anybody else?
No, I'm asking our labor attorney's opinion.
I know, I just wish you would have asked me, but my thoughts were before you would have taken it to him, at least.
You two, you know what? You're going back and forth. Okay, you're both out of order. Let me answer the questions.
Yep.
Our labor attorney, I went to him after reading the report and said, these are the options that I think are viable. I had about 3 or 4. I can't remember entirely. And I presented them, asked for red line, asked for any type of feedback or advice so that I could have an idea of what we were going into in case something like this happened, where we couldn't go into closed session. That was so that I could have peace of mind that we could have something prepared in case we needed to act without being able to go into closed session and discuss it. Unfortunately, this might be the second time I might have assumed something of Mr. Graves that I didn't communicate or I assumed without communicating or asking the question, but I thought he would bring those with him. And I have only printed out the one that I'm leaning towards unless convinced otherwise, even though I drafted other versions that are all the way from do something little, do something nothing, okay? I drafted them all, but I don't think do nothing is the right one, so I'm not gonna print that out and bring it. I assumed that he would bring some of those.
Mine
Okay.
doesn't do nothing.
I got a single copy.
Yeah, and I've got my emails too, but what they're trying to do is box me into a corner and trip me
Sir,
up.
we're not trying to box anybody into a corner. This is, let's find a solution. Let's find a solution. How much closer to mine can you come? Because I'm not,
I could probably come substantially
Okay.
closer, but I want to hear the edits that he wants to propose and see if those satisfy.
it'd be
But
great if we could kind of
can't get
give
it
him
there.
some collective direction. We could get like, hey, we want something like this. Please prepare this for us to.
I might have actually had something very close in maybe the edits, but maybe even my version that I provided, I would love to hear his feedback and see if that's even, if that does the job.
I don't see why we can't talk about options.
So,
I know
If
he-
we want to have options, I think we're gonna end up, I would love to just let you guys ask questions and then me get your feedback, because was important to me. And I can do that in closed session, but such an open discussion is extremely difficult to have in open session. Closed session, we can kind of brainstorm on solutions, and, I'm here to help the city.
I'm with you, Mr. Graves. That's not the situation that we're in. It's not, we voted twice to not to go into closed session, and we also have obvious relational conflict issues
I
and
get
trust
it.
issues.
Right.
So here we are. We're doing it. I think we got to find a solution, or we got to put this to bed for some time before we can get more information given to us privately.
I'm not prepared to do this tonight in an open session. I want to hear from the attorneys and what they think is a good idea. So I would like to move that we close this special meeting and have a special meeting to continue this at another time.
Special meeting into close, I'm sorry,
I want to.
clarification
I'll do
question.
one motion at a time. I move that we close this special meeting at this time because we're going nowhere.
Yeah.
I hate to do it, but. Second?
I'm against, so I'm not gonna second them. Was giving opportunity for a
Okay.
second, but I don't even need to discuss it if there's not a second.
Mr. Atwood was first.
Are you allowed to make another motion if there's another motion on the floor that's not supported?
Well, yeah, if it doesn't have support, it's not a motion, so go ahead.
I make a motion to do a 360 review of the city manager. And while we wait for those results, that would go to city staff. While we wait for those results, I don't know if we need to give it a time, maybe a month or 2 months, however long it takes, to get those results. Then we can go into a closed session with our labor attorney and city attorney to discuss options.
Is there support? There's no support for that one either. Mr. Atwood, I just, an observation and question for clarification. Were you reading from the paper over there?
No, I got no written.
Okay. Go ahead.
Did not Ms. Lissman make a, oh, did it go through? You made a
Yeah, she
motion.
didn't have any
I
support.
didn't get a support.
Yeah, she didn't get support, he didn't get support. Mr. Brady, I think you and I are pretty much maybe of the same mind here in terms of wanting to see something tonight and some kind of compromise and moving forward and everybody working together and hearing each other out. What do you propose? Is there something that you would like to make a motion to seek support for?
Mr. Mayor, may I interject?
Sure. Please.
There's gonna be no special meeting after tonight until after August 3rd.
That's correct. Thank you.
This room is.
Thank you.
There is no way. We are setting up on Wednesday. We have 9 days of early voting.
Mhm.
This is my day 1 of 16. I am not holding another special meeting.
Yeah, this would have to
I
wait.
don't have time to hold
Yeah.
a special meeting.
We-
And my deputy can't do it because she'll be here many times.
Mhm. Thank you, Ramona, for reminding me. You've mentioned that several times. Thank you for jumping in. That was perfect. That puts us in a situation where we definitely are not going to be doing this prompt and appropriate. We're going to be pushing it out almost another month, it seems like. Yeah. Okay. Ms. McCarthy.
Oh, I thought you were going to me.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think maybe Mr. Atwood stole my 360 performance evaluation. He didn't, it's not like I talked to him about this before, and we didn't even know what it was. It seems to me like formally designating an HR person could have preventatively handled part of the problem here. So I would like to see that happen. As long as we have the qualified individual, which I think we do. The 360 performance evaluation is probably helps us with our review problems, right? Because we have our reviews and those are maybe not working great. And I would like to at least hear, I don't get to know what the staff thinks all the time. I think there could be specific questions added to that. And I think it could be anonymous and that would help go a long way, right? Like there could be really specific questions if we wanted it to be that way. But I'm wondering what else, where else do we need to go with something like if that's a base for continuing employment as smoothly as possible? That's the direction I want to go. What do we need to add to that? What else are we looking for? And we can pitch an option and Mr. Graves is here.
Ms. McCarthy.
I'm a bit surprised and definitely taken back that based on the information that was provided in the back half of this report, that your suggestion would be to have city employees give feedback, specifically based on the back of this evaluation, of this investigation, what was written. Goes directly in the face of what was written. And yet you're ignoring it and moving forward.
Well, that's an assumption. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, did you read it?
Yeah.
Okay, so we can't publicly state it.
Well, give me the section number.
Yeah. Go to the very last page. Go to page 15, conclusion.
Yeah, that's where I
And
started.
read page 15 and 16.
Okay.
I think the second sentence says it all on page 15 of that conclusion paragraph, starting with the word however.
Okay, but if you go back and you see that that's
There's a word in there, second to the last of the sentence, that says it all for me, which is why I'm prepared with the motion that I have.
Secondly, I just want to go to one more.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm gonna give you another one here. I'm gonna look for this if I can figure it out.
While she's looking for that, I'll point you to page 14. Paragraph 7, which I think also flies in the face of that word that I pointed out on page 15.
This one here,
the last part of 14.
that one?
Page 14, paragraph 7.
3,
Is it the last one
5,
under A?
6, 7. That's it?
Yep.
That's-
That one right there.
That's 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Paragraph 6.
Sorry. Yep, paragraph 14. Let's see here, let me go back, 14. No, it would be, I'm sorry, it's, Mr. Brady, it's 13, paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep.
That was
13,
what
I said 14. It's 13, paragraph 7.
Were you aware of paragraph 7?
Yeah. So
Not, I mean, you read it
oh,
in this meeting. Were you aware that what's in paragraph 7 transpired within this city with the city employees? Were you aware prior to reading it in this report? Because I wasn't. Did you read the report? Because that should have had like bells ringing.
Neither was
There should have
I.
been some fire alarms going off.
And I think I think it does very much speak to the word that I mentioned in sentence 2, second word to the end. I don't know how we don't walk away from this losing the respect of our citizens and our staff by doing nothing and pushing it out another month. It's irresponsible.
I find the continued desire with some commissioners to not address issues that are pretty strongly worded, clarified, verified, proven. And you're just kind of like, hey, let's just, That's okay, let's just look over that, because that was a one-off.
I don't know if that's helpful commentary. I mean, you can make your point without making it in that way.
Well, I have to tell you that when this continues to happen, when we come to these meetings and we continue to delay and distract and to drag on, and everybody has their own little point. You know, I got my fiefdom here, I got my silo there, I got this, I got that. You know, you're on a voting block, I'm on this, you're a swing. I'm just overwhelmed. I will tell you right now, with the way things are, I cannot, in good faith, move forward for an additional 1, 2, 3 months. This has to be addressed so that what's happening on this dais can be resolved, because it's not being resolved by passing it down the street and kicking the can.
I'm not trying to pass anything down the street or
But
kick.
that is what's happening. Whether you're intending it or not, the outcome is kicking the can.
Mayor.
Yes, Mr.
and
Francis.
I'll let Mr. Graves jump in if he feels the need here. We're based on sort of the talk that's gone on in the motions. There is an avenue for a closed session to discuss the discipline, suspension, or complaints to be heard against an employee in closed session that requires a majority vote. It's a majority of the entire elected body, but it does require Mr. Womack to ask for it. But it's not a 2/3 vote, and we sort of seem to maybe we're going in that direction. I wanted to make the commission aware. Mr. Womack asked for that, and that's what's being considered. That's a majority vote under the Open Meetings Act, not a 2/3.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis, would you please guide Mr. Womack with that? And Mr. Womack, if you would please work with Mr. Francis on whether or not that's something you'd like.
If that is something the council wanted to consider, Mr. Womack would have the right to ask for it to be enclosed. If he asks and the commission majority votes, then it can be closed for those limited purposes. If he doesn't ask, it can't be, so.
Very good. Ms. McCarthy, go ahead.
I just have to, just for clarity, but if he says no, then we will be stuck again, never having this dialogue and never getting to a closed meeting in this lifetime. Is that correct?
Well, he could say no today and yes at another meeting, but if he doesn't request it, it's not a permissible purpose.
It's something that he has the option to do if he'd like to do it. Otherwise, we're stuck here still debating and trying to find a motion someone will support. Mr. Womack, you heard what Mr. Francis said, and I'm going to give you the floor to see if there's anything you'd like to add to that, or if you'd like to take that option or not.
Well, I'll start off by saying that I literally have no idea what I'm even being accused of. I have no idea what the report says. You know, some serious statements and allegations have been made, and I can't recall having done anything of any kind of wrongdoing. This is shocking to me.
Yeah.
Seriously shocking. I don't know what the allegations are.
Mr. Womack, I think you would have an opportunity to know them today if we were able to go into closed session, because that's part of what I think the strategy would be, is to maybe have some options presented before us where you get to, and I made it very clear that I would like to get you something and have you have an opportunity of, let's say, 3 weeks to prepare a response and convince us otherwise, whatever that might look like. I don't know, but I think we can't get to that without a closed session.
Mr. Mayor, excuse me, in the interest of breaking the logjam, could I have 3 minutes to talk to my client, Ray
Yes, please.
Husking?
Yes, I would.
On nature, and I'll come back.
Let's take a motion first to adjourn for that consultation.
Recess, Mayor.
Or not recess, I'm sorry. Yep, motion,
Motion to recess.
support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Adjourn. Call discussion meeting back to order. Mr. Schwartz, are you prepared to?
Yeah,
would you
I
like to
will.
address the commission?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Stephen Schwartz again, representing Mr. Womack in Farmington Hills. I would offer the four things, you do four things as a package to try and break this logjam. First is you put Mr. Womack on paid administrative leave. That's not disciplinary. It's not a finding of either appropriate or inappropriate action. Second, you give Mr. Womack a copy of the Bodman report either tonight or tomorrow. Third, Mr. Womack will submit to you a written response to any allegations made against him. And we will defer to you whether you're a deadline of 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Fourth, you set a special meeting right after that written, what you think's appropriate time after you get that response. You could hold that meeting. You don't have to hold your meeting here. You could hold it in the county building, or you could hold in the school district or some other public meeting, and you'll find someone to take the minutes, a clerk from another community, or a former retired clerk, or an employee. When I had brown hair, I took minutes. No one trained me to do it. You can do Mr. Francis can figure out the appropriate wording for the posting. So I think that gets you out of this logjam and gives everybody time to catch your breath, think about it. And then Mr. Womack has some idea of what he's being accused of, and then you can get an appropriate response, and then you can move forward. And then you, if he is some awful three-headed monster, you've taken, as an employment lawyer, you've taken prompt action to, at least in the interim, safeguard the employees from.
May I ask him a couple questions? Mr. Mayor, may I ask? Thank you. One, when you said the item number 4 is a special meeting held here or somewhere else, are you suggesting then that that would be an open meeting? That everything would be discussed that's in the report? Because again, there might be some things in there that Mr. Womack or our lawyer would say, probably don't want to discuss that publicly. So are you saying that item number 4, special meeting held at a later date, would be an open meeting or would it be a closed meeting? Because if I can't get these guys to do a closed meeting, we're back here again in a couple of weeks.
Well, so I would say, first of all, I have a telephone. Mr. Graves can call me. Mr. Francis can call me. I was suggesting the other location because you need your election equipment here. I get that.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to open up that meeting in an open meeting, even if it's only 2 minutes to go into a closed session. We can figure that out.
But again, for clarity, I apologize to come back to that the discussion, you would hope, would happen within a closed meeting portion of that special meeting.
So I represent Mr. Womack.
Right.
I do not represent the city of
I'm
Lapeer.
not asking.
So that's a decision you folks will have to make if you want to go into closed session, but at least we will know what he's been accused of, and you will have his response. Okay.
Can I do it?
Yes.
Okay, with the paid leave, don't have a problem with that on my personal thing, but, he isn't a paid leave, and part of this was that, I believe he already has a predetermination date set here, maybe that could be used. But it also says that he will I'm just gonna read this, surrender city property, equipment, credentials, and means of access and possession of his control. When he's on a paid leave,
Okay.
he is out of the building.
So
that period of
let me clarify. So this is not. So for example, I have a firefighter municipality I represent who allegedly was smoking marijuana. So he can't respond, can't put his uniform on, but he will be on a disciplinary suspension, okay? Or at least while we investigate. What I'm suggesting, because you don't have the facts and you don't have his response, this is not disciplinary. He doesn't have to surrender anything. He's not going to come into this building. I will tell you, which I have done many times, if one of the staff calls him and says, where's the paper file for the Johnson Road project? I don't even know if you have a Johnson Road, okay? He'll tell you it's in the third drawer on the right. Or there's a meeting next Tuesday with the road commission, who should go? You know, that kind of quick call, but other than that, no one's calling him, he's not doing city work, he's not coming in the building, okay? And that's why I don't think you need 3 weeks to get his response. I think you can do that, we can do this in a week.
Would we then, for clarity, Mr. Francis, during that period, the last one was, the commission designates Kelly Hanna, Director of Financial Services, to perform the duties of city manager on an acting basis during that paid leave.
I think it's a good idea. Technically, under the charter, you don't have to appoint an acting manager unless there's a 90-day vacancy. I think if those motions were made the way they were framed, I would recommend appointing an acting city manager.
Mr. Atwood?
Within that, appointing an interim city manager or acting city manager, would that staffer have the ability to say no to a commission directive?
Well, if they accept the role as acting city manager, they'd be under the same duties and obligations as the city manager.
I'm saying, like, if a motion was made, like, to.
In the scenario that's provided, Ms. Hannah could say, no, I don't want to act as city manager, if that's your question.
Yeah, thank you, sorry.
And if I could, to me, there's a difference between acting city manager and interim. Interim implies a vacancy. I know,
Yeah, sorry.
lawyers love words. So acting means if he goes to Europe for 2 weeks without somebody else is acting, somebody who has to make a decision. So,
Day-to-day business.
It would be acting, just as a clarification.
I want to thank you, Mr. Schwartz, because you brought a very reasonable logjam solution that has a lot of good points. And I think if we just here as the city commission, like you said, it doesn't need to be 3 weeks. There was a date here for August 10th. We would not be able to have it in this building because of the equipment, right? I can't remember the date that you said as of tomorrow. Ramona, tomorrow?
Wednesday.
Wednesday. So it would have to be outside this building. I'm just talking and I apologize, but I want to understand this better. I guess, Mr. Mayor, how do we lock in on how many weeks? Is it 2 weeks? Is it?
I'm trying to edit the motion that I have here to accommodate what Mr. Schwartz is suggesting. And, I would love to have Mr. Schwartz input on it as well, as I'm doing that, because it looks like we have at least 3 out of the 6 items should be addressed in the motion. However,
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
so my input on Mr. Schwartz's proposal, I would actually be okay with it. 2 things on the paid administrative leave. My recommendation would be that his physical and IT access be suspended for that time. Okay, taking calls if employees have questions as far as, you know, does this or whatever, I'm fine with that, I don't have any issues. Hang on. And then I think a redacted summary of the report would be sufficient. Yep, and then I think as far as the timing of the leave, I think I'm open to whatever is good between the parties. In the written, you know, I'm trying to get a written response, I'm fine with that as well, so whatever timing works out, it's up to Mr. Womack and it's up to the city commission. Right,
So-
I think that would be a resolution that I would,
So, excuse me, Mayor.
yes, please, go ahead.
So we're very close, so let's keep going. In the summary of the report, if there's a conclusion that says we find A and B but not C as facts, I think that's legal analysis, that's privilege, but the report says we interviewed Sally Sue and she accused them of A, B, and C, and we interviewed Robert J, and he said it was raining on Monday and contradicted Sally Sue on point B. To me, those should not be redacted. The allegations and the factual findings, in my view, should not be redacted. The legal analysis, the conclusion, there was a violation of city policy or some law, or there was not a violation of city policy, city law, that's, to me, legal analysis that's covered by attorney-client privilege. I would expect that to be redacted. But what the writer wrote that Sally Sue and Robert told the investigator, those should not be redacted. That would.
Would it,
and what the actual allegations are.
yeah, would this verbiage, be agreeable to you under that, request? The city manager shall be provided his copy of the investigation findings, redacted only for third-party personal information and council's work product. That would be the legal part that you're.
Yeah, so no, so to me, attorney work product is different. I mean, attorney work product is, I think it should be their analysis and their conclusions and any recommendations. To me, work product is something different. Arguably, work product is, you know, arguably my notes tonight is my attorney work product, okay? So, does it make
Any
sense?
type of strategy.
So what he's saying is that the third party identifying people needs to be in the report.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want that part in there still, but the work product,
So, no, so
you're allowing.
respectfully, no, let me be absolutely clear. Respectfully, you're using the wrong term.
Okay.
To the three of us, that means something different than what you think it means. So don't use that. The analysis of whether Mr. Womack did or did not violate any law or any city policy, that is appropriately redacted. The overall conclusion, that can be redacted. What the allegations are and what the people being investigated said to the investigator, what the documents are, and their identities of the accusers, those are not privileged, so that should not be redacted.
Okay. So how would you finish the sentence redacted only for?
For
Legal analysis and conclusions.
legal analysis and conclusion, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Graves.
Very good. the IT portion, is there any conflict for you there? Any disagreement there?
If I were on the other side of the table, I'd probably tell you to do that, so.
Okay, so staff in the city's IT support are directed to suspend on the evening of July 20th, all of the city manager's digital access and credentials while preserving that deleting his accounts. Data consistent with the city's document preservation obligations. Is that acceptable? Mr. Graves?
That works for me. I would just, Mr. Schwartz, as a fellow labor and employment attorney, you know retaliation is a serious issue. And you should admonish your client that absolutely, you know, if he's getting the individuals that took part in the investigation, made complaints, whatever else, if there will be severe consequences, it should, you know, there be any retaliation.
Yeah, I understand the law, and that's right up to the border being offensive, so.
Yeah.
Not trying to offend, I'm just saying you understand the audience.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, both gentlemen. I see you.
Good.
Yeah, that's out of order.
It is.
This
but
is
so are
serious.
you.
No, by you, ma'am. That's the second time you're out of order. If you can't contain yourself, you will be asked to leave the room. You can listen from the hallway.
I will, to that point, unequivocally state there will be absolutely 0% retaliation by Mr. Womack against any employee.
Okay.
If someone defames him, that's his choice, but in terms of acting as an employee, no, there's
Is
no
this-
retaliation.
Is this verbiage acceptable? The city manager shall not enter the city facility or access city systems except as arranged by the acting city manager.
That's fine.
Okay. The only thing that we're missing is the terms of the response. I'm open to hearing commissioners. It would have been point 2 on the sheet, where we were discussing possibly a 3-week reconvening. Do you guys still have your sheets? I've made several adjustments as I'm speaking to Mr. Schwartz here and Mr. Graves on the issue.
And I'll just say, as far as the input on that, I'm gonna ask that, you know, I don't know what Carrie's schedule is, and I would ask her to provide the redacted report.
Okay.
So, you know, give me a couple days to get it, right? I don't know if she's in hearing tomorrow or what she's got.
Yes. Very good. I've made the adjustment where it's not happening at this meeting,
Yeah,
but it
just-
shall be provided.
Yeah, just some time, I'm sure she'd be able to get it done by the end of the week.
Yes, of course. So the only thing that I'm missing now and need the commission and council's, cooperation with is the terms of the responses and timeframes set. We originally under item 2, for those of us that have the paperwork here in front of us, we're setting for Monday, August 10th, as she had said, a special meeting that would be 3 weeks from today. But you're saying you don't require it in 3 weeks, you can do it sooner and we can move the location.
Sure.
I'd open it up to commissioners and council at this time to suggest the terms of that timing. Mr. Brady? I think 1 week. 1 week. Anybody else?
Give us 1 week to do the response, and then you.
Okay.
Maybe from the date that the redacted report is given?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that would make it a different day, so that wouldn't be on a Monday, it would start falling into the week, so. I would like it to not be on a Monday where we have one of these meetings. I would like it to be on an alternate Monday if possible, so that leaves us the 27th, which really isn't a full week. And that leaves us to August 10th. It's just that, again, we wanna get city business done, I think we're all on that same page. I think that when we have these layered on top of the special meetings on top of the city meeting, sometimes it just doesn't happen. So I would like to suggest that if the 27th is not a good date, the date that would be open on the calendar would be August 10th, that you had already selected.
Both the tenth and the 27th would work for me.
27th wouldn't work because he's asking for a week to be able to provide his response.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're out to August 10th based on Ms. McCarthy's project. Does that work for you, council, all council involved? Okay, so the language would read a hearing is set for Monday, August 10th, 2026 at 4 p.m. at which the city manager may appear in person and by council, review the evidence and respond to the grounds before the commission determines.
And it's here.
I'm gonna change that word to acts instead of determines.
One other thing came to mind, because you, at some point, will have your regular meeting. So, Mr. Womack, as soon as you vote, if you pass this, will be leaving. And I'm assuming, but I want confirmation, you're not gonna go into the performance evaluation, which you started some, that'll be done some other time.
Yeah. If
Go ahead,
we,
he's leaving, I'm leaving.
of course,
Yes.
you know, we wouldn't be going into anything else. I think we've closed the book on the performance eval. We actually did it in that order. And finished it in spite of Ms. McCarthy's suggestion to do it in reverse. So what we would do is, unfortunately, we would, there's also number 6, we would designate someone to perform the duties of city manager, which she already read during the administrative leave. So those are the only, that's it. I think I have a final read here. And I will read it out loud for commission and council to give feedback. I've got a lot of marks here and I'm not gonna hand it off. It'd be a little bit more, it'd be expedited, a little easier if I just read it. I move that the commission, having reviewed the city manager's performance evaluation under section 4, labor council's opinion under engagement number 1, and the findings of the independent investigation under engagement number 2, and acting under its authority as employer, take the following action. 1, the city manager is on administrative leave with pay for 3 weeks, effective immediately upon adoption of this motion through the hearing date below. 2, a hearing is set for Monday, August 10th, 2026 at 4 p.m. at which the city manager may appear in person and by council, review the evidence and respond to the grounds before the commission acts. 3, the city manager shall be provided his copy of the investigation findings, redacted only for legal analysis and conclusions, which labor council will supply so that he has reasonable time to prepare his response. 4, the city manager shall not enter the city facilities or access city systems except as arranged by the acting city manager. 5, staff in the city's IT support are directed to suspend on the evening of July 20th all the city manager's digital access and credentials while preserving, not deleting his accounts, devices, and data consistent with the city's document preservation obligations. And 6, the commission designates Kelly Hanna, Director of Financial Services, to perform the duties of the city manager on an acting basis during the administrative leave.
Mr. Mayor, I would only ask that you ask Ms. Hannah if she's willing to serve in that capacity before it does so designated.
Of course. Ms. Hanna, hearing that suggestion, we invite your feedback.
I would only be available for those 3 weeks. After that time, you would have to find another solution. I would be unavailable.
Of course. Thank you. Any other feedback? Council, commission?
Mayor, just to be clear, I think counsel for Mr. Womack was indicating that they would provide the commission a written response. I know your motion gave them time to prepare, but are you expecting a written response prior to the August 10th meeting?
They offered it. I don't have that in this motion. It's at your.
We'll get it done, yeah.
Yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, and I would ask, if you pass this, I know the clerk won't have you won't approve the minutes tomorrow, or if she has a draft, but she could send me something. I think I got it all, but
Of course,
I've got a lot of arrows and check marks and stuff, so.
I can even get you a copy of this
Okay.
scribbled on.
Thank you.
Mr. Abbott.
The evaluation under section 4, labor council's opinion under engagement 1, what is that?
Labor Council's opinion under engagement number 1.
Yeah.
Mr. Graves, this is something I believe that you were gonna provide to us in closed session on one of these closed sessions that were on this agenda?
In closed session, if we went into closed session, I was gonna address both the reviews and the investigation report.
Mhm.
So, but we didn't go there.
Okay. And are those things that would be a part of that, shall be provided his copy of the investigation findings? Or are we only talking about engagement 2?
Really, it's just gonna be about engagement 2.
Okay, because really engagement 1 is not a part of this decision. Labor Council's opinion, having reviewed it, we reviewed it, but it's not the act, it's not the.
It's not the basis for.
Basis, okay, for this administratively, correct, okay.
Might I ask, can we remove that from the motion? That labor council and engagement.
Under engagement 1.
Actually, I think that's cleaner, so.
Yeah, okay. How about even the evaluation under section 4? Having reviewed, and then it will only read, having reviewed
Yeah.
the findings of the independent investigation under engagement number 2.
Yeah, I would.
Ms. Graves? Yep. Mr.
Yes.
Elwood? Okay. Very good. Any other feedback? Mr. Elwood?
Yep, might I ask the city attorney if he's okay with that motion?
Yes, I am.
Very good. All right. Who would like to read from my scribblings? Or would you like me to entertain a motion and reread it? And I will provide a copy to all council and the clerk at the end of this meeting. Go ahead.
I would like you to read it since it's in
Okay.
your
And one-
handwriting,
one of
and
you
then one of us can say,
You will move it and then
So
support
moved.
it. Okay.
thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I will entertain from the commission a motion to move that the commission, having reviewed the findings of the independent investigation under engagement number 2 and acting under its authority as employer, take the following action. 1, the city manager is on administrative leave with pay for 3 weeks, effective immediately upon adoption of this motion through the hearing date below. 2, a hearing is set for Monday, August 10th, 2026 at 4 p.m., at which the city manager may appear in person and by council review the evidence and respond to the grounds before the commission acts. 3, the city manager shall be provided his copy of the investigation findings, redacted only for legal analysis and conclusions, which Labor Council will supply so that he has reasonable time to prepare his response. 4, the city manager shall not enter the city facilities or access city systems except as arranged by the acting city manager. 5, staff in the city's IT support are directed to suspend on the evening of July 20th all of the city manager's digital access and credentials while preserving, not deleting his accounts, devices, and data consistent with the city's document preservation obligations. And 6, the commission designates Kelly Hanna, Director of Financial Services, to perform the duties of the city manager on an acting basis during the administrative leave. Ms. McCarthy?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the motion as you read it into the record.
Is there support? Support. Moved by Commissioner McCarthy, supported by Commissioner Atwood. If there's no further discussion, we can move for a roll call.
Mayor, if I may, it's understood. I just want to be clear for the record that hearing will occur at a special meeting. You referred to it a hearing, but it'll be a special meeting of council and we're directing the clerk to post that meeting, correct?
Correct.
I it's understood. I just wanted to make everybody aware.
Yes, unless the clerk would feel better if we made a separate motion after this one. Okay.
No, and it will be here. We don't have to find another blanket.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Any other? We'll take a roll call vote then.
Commissioner Brady,
Yes.
Commissioner Glistman,
Yes.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Yes.
Commissioner Atwood.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Okay, emails, right?
You know when I.
Yes, can I collect everyone's memo?
Okay.
Are you traffic observers? Nice to meet you too.
Thank you, Mr. Brady.
Thank you. You guys are done with me, right?
Yes.
I believe so. Travel safe.
You need a copy of this now?
Strange change.
If Mr. Schwartz is still in the room.
Fair, I should have asked.
See you guys.
Did you get?
Which is also.
Copy of the- Okay, all right, thank you, appreciate it. Thanks, everyone.
Mayor,
Thank you, sir.
Mayor, we still have to close and start just making sure it was.
Of course.
Thanks.
All right, so at this time, we will take a, we'll take a motion to adjourn the special meeting.
So moved. Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries, meeting adjourned. That brings us to